Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is JT with Legacy Art Games, and we are back with more virtual tabletop campaigns. And tonight we are returning to Forgotten Realms with GM Tangy. And this specific module, Tales from the Yawning Portal, is one where he has done quite a bit of expanding, and we're going to see a lot of unique material in the future, very epic scale. I'm really looking forward to that, and I've really enjoyed what we had so far. If you haven't seen it, you can go and see the very first storyline that we did, and it's actually tying up a little bit tonight. And it was, I think, some of the best role playing we've had on the channel. So if you would like to go back and enjoy that, I would encourage it. And tonight we're going to be more leading into the next big thing that's happening. So everybody enjoy. And I'm going to turn it over to GM Tangy. And all right, GM, it's all yours.
Excellent. Well, we're going to start off this session with um, a couple things as you make your way back to town from last session, picking up where we left off. Kavan and company, that means Sheldon and Dorian, have followed you here to town, carrying a couple things in tow. Um, I would say, most strikingly to the people of the town, the Oakhurstians, they notice the missing Sharwin Hookerly, who had just recently a bounty for her retrieval. And when she arrives in town, she is accompanied by Sir Bradford, one of her adventuring party's members. They had just recently been under the rule of Belek the Outcast. Um, Strangely, their skin is this pale green tone, and it is almost impossible to see if they are, well, okay or not. They've made their way in town, but they have this uneasy look about them. Their skin is almost hard and bark like to the touch, and as you keep watching them, they seem to be setting off villagers as they approach. Some villagers come in, and you can see them kind of stumble in their tracks when they see these human beings with this strange skin and odd look about them. Sharwin is finally recognized, and she's quickly ushered to the general store, where her mother, Carowin, keeps her uh, well keeps her quarters. Um, as Sharwin disappears, I believe you see Sir Bradford standing outside the general store, and it doesn't seem like he is, well, all that hopeful. He has this look where he is contemplating something, and you see when the door opens again to the general store that he is ushered in as well, and these two individuals go to be get wrangled. Um, what future lies in store for them? We will see. But with you, Kavan, you and Sheldon and Dorian are outside with Belak the Outcast on a sled in tow. Um, at this point, you see coming from the village hall a portly gentleman of about 6 feet begins to make his way over. And when he gets close enough, he waves a hand, decorated with all types of jewelry. And he says,
Yes, you must be the adventurers who caught us this mess.
and as he looks down at Balak, who is still in a woozy and disoriented state, he points a finger down and says,
Is he still alive?
Kavan is actually does not seem particularly concerned for the two who've been taken into the general store. He's acting under the guidance of his goddess to bring him to the town just to be taken care of, and he has his faith that they will be cared for. But as for Belak, he's not sure, especially as he's looking at someone who's clearly um, a, a bit above the rest of the town in terms of his wealth. He answers in his usual quiet tone. Uh, he is still alive by commandment of Lady Selune.
Yes, he did have a look about him that looked lively. Uh, I must say, this is quite a surprise. He was not heard from for many years, and to see his face now, I must say, not quite as intimidating as the stories say. Now, I've heard that he had something to do with a tree and fruit. Sharwin was able to fill us in, but tell us, what do you say of this criminal? Is he, well, suitable to live with us among the populace, or should he be locked up or condemned?
I should say that we each sometimes stumble off of the path, and well, there are many who would find me to be less intimidating than the stories say, being drow. I was told by my lady to spare his life, and she, in fact, was the one who brought him seemingly back to his senses. He had, I believe, lost himself in grief, but he does hope for atonement, is my sense. I believe you should give him that opportunity as you do Sharwin and the others. And
Um,
speaking of, he reaches into his pocket and produces the signet ring and explains, I'm afraid I wasn't able to find all of her companions, but, uh, well, one of them, he was deceased before we arrived.
Yes, the other Hookerly child. Taugen was his name, I believe. Here, I will take that from you, and here, you may have this for his ring. Um, Pulling out a gold pouch of jingling coins, uh, the large man walks over to you and puts in your hand the bounty. Uh, the bag jingles with about 2.5 pounds worth of coins, approximately worth the bounty for the ring. Um, and as he comes up to you, you smell the odor of this man, which I would describe as a mix between bear sweat and fine spices. It seems this man has either spent the weekend marinating himself in some kind of smokehouse, uh,
Um,
and as he leaves you the bag, he walks over to Belak again, staring down at him. You see Belak rouse slightly, and as his eyes open, you can hear him say, "Yeah, brought me back here to the locust, the seat of evil." And as he raises one tiny finger on his bruised arm, he points it at the large man and says, "You cannibals, you don't deserve to live."
And then you hear the mayor of the town, Werner Lang, introduce himself and say,
Pointing fingers here in the north. We've done what we must to survive. For ages. You may point at me. You pointed my ancestors. And they, too, had to do what they must.
with a snap of a finger,
Gods!
the town guards and city watch are summoned from about 30 feet away, who come in and rush in to grab Belak and take him to jail.
Kavan is at first, well, a little set back by the smell of the man, particularly given the magic ring he found, which enhances his sense of smell. He keeps back as he watches the interaction between the two, and there's just a hint of a frown tugging at his lips as he sees Belak hauled off to jail first thing. And this is something most people probably wouldn't notice, but by this time, Dorian and Sheldon likely would. He doesn't really show happiness or dissatisfaction very often. Kavan bluntly inquires, "Is it true what he said about you being cannibals?"
The mayor responds in almost a insulted tone as he says,
But of course not. It is simply the tale of the peoples who settled this region. You see, my name is Werner Lang. A pleasure to meet you. I am the mayor of this town, of this sleepy hamlet. And in ages past, we used to engage in practices we are not too proud of. But cannibalism is not what I would call it. I would simply call it a survival. We did not resort to killing our own. Rather, when they froze to death in the cold, we simply took what we could. These
But
stories are blown out of proportion. You wouldn't necessarily understand as you are from below. I have seen your kind.
I am from below, but I have also spent some years above, and hearing Belak, he is not as old as the ancient tales. He seems quite set that you are all cannibals, and as you spoke with him, you spoke in the present tense, not the past. You said you do what you must. And Kavan is just very, very straightforward, pointing out he does not believe him.
Go ahead and give me an insight check. And Mayor Werner Lang is kind of taking this now and looking at you as if judging you and if sizing you up would help him in what he's about to say next. But the way he's looking at you is strange. He's looking at you as if he senses opportunity, and his eyes grow to twice their size. Yet his beady pupils look at you as if you were some kind of opportunity to be had. And he says,
No, you misunderstand. Survival is all that we care about here this far north, beyond at least the Sword Coast proper, and not quite to the spine of the world. These parts are treacherous. You will find many seasons here, besides winter, that will take a man's life simply by being out in the cold. It is unfortunate, but it is something we must do and stay vigilant to ward off. I simply meant it as, well, the royal we and in the general times. You must excuse me. However, you seem quite perceptive, if that is the case, that you have brought this deadly outcast back to civilization. I must ask you, is this a thing, you three? You travel in a band and, well, do hired work.
Well, my friends were originally the ones who heard of your plight, the missing people, and people paying a very peculiar amount of gold for pieces of fruit. And it's true, we did indeed find the tree below. It is gone, destroyed. Uh, the tree is the reason Belak fell to corruption, more so than his hatred of his past, I should say. And he could, if given the opportunity, perhaps offer your town a better future. With a druid in the region, your crops could be made more prosperous, or the seasons could be made gentler. He's of great experience. I do not believe he does you as much service behind iron bars.
When Mayor Werner Lang replies, he replies simply with a curt statement, and he says,
No, I do not think he is of the type to help, or to be of any help. I must ask you, though, if there is a tiny chore that I can ask of you. I must say, seeing such brave men wander together, I can't imagine what would happen if you were to, well, leave town without being celebrated first. I must say, stay the night and let us rejoice and celebrate. These woods are still yet treacherous. I insist.
Kavan lifts a hand to either side, indicating Dorian and Sheldon, as he explains, my friends are free to do as they will now. We've completed what we set out to accomplish together. As for myself, quite honestly, I acknowledge there are a great many dangers in nature and in your forests, but well, I'm well accustomed to spending my nights in the branches of trees rather than in towns. Crowds do not make me well, they make me ill at ease, shall we say.
Understandable. Then I will leave you to it.
and Mayor Werner Lang takes his leave and makes his way to the village town hall where Belek was just taken. As he disappears behind the doors of the town hall, Dorian and Sheldon look at you and both kind of make their comments about the situation. Dorian speaks up, and you see him kind of scratching his beard.
Hey, that mayor sure does have a strange look about him. I don't know if I trust him. especially not with not with the portion of pie.
Yes.
And you see Sheldon speak up.
You may joke at his portly frame, but this man carries himself with a certain air of importance that means, well, he's either a man that thinks very highly of himself or a dangerous narcissist. They aren't mutually exclusive.
Yes, he was.
Why does he want us to stay, you think, Sheldon? Or, sorry, Kavan?
Well, opportunity, come on, hazards. There's no reason to ask, well, put bluntly, my kind to stay in a village like this. And more to the point, he was very polite toward us when you saw how he treated Belak, and I think he. Well, actually, now that I think on it, he asked if we could do a small chore for him. And when does one call a celebration a chore?
You see Sheldon look to his left and right, past the village roads going up to the north and to the south. And he says,
And what kind of celebration could a village like this muster up? I wouldn't want to be, well, rude and refuse their hospitality. But we've made quite a bit of coin, and it would be nice to make it back to Waterdeep. Perhaps even just to tell the tale of this northern tree. If we were to stay, I would say it would just be to see the health of Sharwin and Sir Bradford.
Yes, I do wonder what it is precisely they're going to be doing with them. Mother Selune did say to bring them here, but, well, and, there's something about this place that's still wrong. Men of his kind, in my limited experience, well, in a village like this, to be so bejeweled, well, fat, uh, you're you're essentially ruling over the populace like a king. The rest of these people are most likely earning their wages day to day, season by season. I don't know what it is he sees in us that might be an opportunity, but I do think he sees one. Whether we stay or not, well, the two of you are free to go your paths now. You've accomplished what you set out to accomplish. And speaking of gold, and Kavan reaches for his pouch, and he has, of course, the gold given from the bounty, the 150 gold pieces. And he shakes out about half, and he offers it to Dorian, and he says, your half, the other goes to Sheldon.
Dorian and Sheldon take a look at the amount of money that you're about to give them, on top of the share that you've already split with them. And they look at you and simply refuse. Dorian says,
Oh, I couldn't take that from you. You at least need some traveling money.
Meanwhile, Sheldon clutches his pack as if refusing even if you were to drop money onto him, saying,
No, please, keep it for yourself. Who knows what sort of misadventures you'll run into. And as far as us staying or leaving, I'm willing to stay in town for another night to see maybe the result and the fate of Sir Bradford and Sharwin.
Perhaps there is a church that we may go to pray for them, and perhaps to seek more guidance from our respective deities. I've been shaken by what I saw there in the dark, and I must receive answers before I trek out again.
Did I not hear talk of a shrine to the goddess of the farms, of agriculture, which would be quite sensible for this place?
I believe there should be a shrine here in town. If you'd wish to seek it out, I would follow you.
Well, more for your benefit than my own. I've had my own consultation with my goddess, and well, she more to my thinking spoke for bringing Sharwin and Sir Bradford here. Bellark, she seemed to simply pacify, though she did seem to think perhaps there was a new path forward for him. I'm ill at ease with either of you staying in this town, especially with the amount of money you're now carrying around. You should perhaps head back for Waterdeep, perhaps myself even. But as I said, something is wrong. It troubles me.
Well, wherever we go together. That much I know my goddess would want. At least until I see another vision from her.
And you see Dorian now speak up and say, "It's about time I let go of some of these, well, petty gear. If there's a smithy around, I'd like to visit them. Maybe, well, size up myself and see if I can't improve my loadout.
Oh, well,
If both of these things I'd say are equally important, well, I could go down to Waterdeep, but I'd rather gear up first, and if we're going to stay, I'd rather gear up first then too. I believe there's a smithy right across the way here. Owned by a dwarf. You say you know it's good.
yes, they are a skilled lot at that, and it's not a poor idea. But well, come night, I plan to stay outside of the village. Whether the two of you wish to stay within, you are wise men of your own judgment.
Aye. Well, let's meet back at this spot maybe in about an hour, and then we'll see where we go from there. Sheldon makes his way to the east and says,
I would believe I would like to whet my appetite a little bit. Let me speak to the innkeeper and see what I can glean.
Dorian goes to the west and says, "Aye, this smithy, he's bound to have something good."
And Kavan is sort of left to himself in the middle of a predominantly human town, and well, this is generally an uncomfortable situation for him, but he nevertheless attempts to be inconspicuous, as if he were just milling about the town center, taking in what's here. But in truth, he's making his way toward the general store, and as he's doing so, he's relying upon the ring he found to sort of try and catch the scent upon the wind if it should fortunately be blowing from the general store toward him. And he's particularly concerned with does he smell blood?
With the ring on and your senses heightened, you sniff your way to the general store. No blood can be smelled. Rather, it smells as if plants have been kind of stored in firewood, have been stored inside of this general store. When you make your way to the front, you see the threshold, and it is marked with the passage of many customers. When you make your way inside, um, you smell the faintest faintness of spice, and it smells almost of nutmeg and rosemary. These spices waft outside of the door, and when you finally make your way inside, one of the general store shopkeepers uh, raises his hand at you and says,
Welcome. This is the general store. You seem new around here. What can I get you, sir?
He raises a hand in reply, and as the black leather creaks just slightly, he gestures toward himself, explaining, "My name is Kavan, and it was I and my companions who returned two of your lost villagers, Sharwin and Sir Bradley, and I wish to inquire as to their well-being."
You do so, and you see this look on his face change as he seems to almost stutter for a moment. The first time he stuttered, it seemed because he realized you were a drow. That reaction is recognizable enough. This time, it seems to be something else. And he says,
What sort of business would you have with these, poor souls? I believe Lady Carowin has taken them into her quarters to, well, treat them. We're not quite sure what's wrong with them, but we know that, well, something is.
Kavan furrows his brow slightly, seeming almost a bit surprised to hear that they don't know what's wrong with the two of them. And he explains in a very straightforward manner, they were, shall we say, taken by a certain someone down to a tainted tree from which you've all been buying fruit at great price. And, well, in some way changed there, but to make a very long story short, I had the choice between killing them or not, and Lady Selune herself instructed me to bring them here. She said that here they would be cared for, and I wish to know as to what your lady is planning to do for them.
I believe she's just trying to.
and in the middle of his words, you hear from upstairs, from stairs that lead that go from the right of the general store front, that lead upstairs. You hear a door from upstairs slam with a, and then hurried footsteps coming down, rushing down, and then you hear the door open once again, and you hear a woman's voice say,
Sharwin, what are you doing? Where are you leaving? Please stay.
And you see Sharwin Hookerly waltz down the stairs, angered, and sweating. As you see the beady sweat pile up on her forehead and her neck, you realize it's a little tinged with green. When she reaches the bottom of the stairs, she says,
We're doomed, Mother. Can't you see? We were taken by that tree, and in its absence, we can no longer live. We'll shrivel up like leaves and roots. Without nutrition, we're doomed.
Kavan,
I simply want to leave and do not wish to die in town.
Kavan interjects, Sharwin, you're not doomed. You're here and not dead upon my blades at that matter for very exceptional reasons. It's not every day that my lady tells me whose life to spare and whose to take. And at that time, the decision was entirely in my hands. She guided me very directly to return you to town, that here you would find the help you needed. Why is it that you think you are going to die?
Because that's what Belek told us. And at that, you see Sir Bradford walking down the stairs as well, following her, and you can hear him say,
Sharwin, why are you this way? Even if this is our fate, should we not die and perish among our peers, people who knew us in our life? Why do you wish to go to the grove? There's nothing for you there but elvish superstition. And why do you suggest that the elf can even help you? He's been but a pain in our side ever since he came up to these parts.
and as he turns his head to look at you, he kind of retracts his words a little bit, stands up a little bit straighter, and says,
Ah, yes, you.
he turns his head away.
Kavan, was it?
Yes, Sir Bradford, a very, very skilled swordsman you are.
Look, I wanted to show my gratitude for saving us. That sword you found off me, keep it. I don't think I'll be using it anymore.
Come on,
As far as Belak, though, I don't know if you've heard, but we've a condition, and it may cause us to pass away in the next few hours. And I'm trying to convince her that we die in peace.
Kavan thinks back on the Sunless Citadel, and he mentions, I'm given reason to think that the two of you had pieces of bark from the tree placed inside of you, perhaps. Is that so?
Sharwin at this point replies and kind of does a tell-all. She starts gushing, and she says, No. It's not just a piece of bark. It's the process. When we went down to the Twilight Grove, Belek promised us everything. A way to save our people. There is, as I'm sure you're aware, bad blood between the families here. Our ancestors fight in the night and keep us awake and torment us. Families who tore at each other's throats in the past simply for survival. They still yet haunt us. We sought to stop that. The tree would change us. So we laid in the dirt, and as Belek performed a ritual on us, we were reborn. As branches from the tree, we grew and became, well, this. Yet, in place of our hunger, in place of our evils, we are but now roots without a stem, leaves without a branch, sticks waiting to dry up and die.
So long as the roots still exist, Sharon, there's always a chance for the plant to regrow. You should have faith. If nothing else, then in Lady Selune's judgment that it was worth my time, worth my effort to find you, to bring you back rather than to kill you when you were aiding Belak. And as for Belak, he peers over his shoulder at the door. I do not know what the mayor of this town plans for him, but I think Belak was as manipulated by the tree's lure as you were. And, well, what is this of a grove? Why are you going there?
There's a grove to the north, a place where the elves in town go to pray. They say they may be able to help us, connect us to a different tree, so that we may still live. I believe them, even though I do not know if it'll work. I do know that they haven't been the only ones who've given a care to our plight here in town. Even though we treat them so poorly, they simply wish to return to nature. And if that is now my lot in life, then I wish to do the same.
Sharwin makes her way past you, and if you do not stop her, she is headed out the door to the east.
And Kavan lifts a hand, and for him, even with a human woman, he has to lift his hand quite a bit to touch her shoulder, and he says, if you are going somewhere with elves who may be able to heal you, then, well, it should be in my interest to at least see you there safely, though I cannot guarantee they will not be offended by my presence. At the moment, I do not know what is right and what is wrong in this town. I only know something is off. And
Well, then come with me, and I will tell you more about our history, our sordid past.
yes, I've heard things, in polite company, I should just say things, but uh, did you not mention in passing that your ancestors are fighting in the night? Are you undead?
She grips you by the collar, leans in close, and says,
This isn't quite the talk, nor the place. Follow me. I will let you know more about us.
And Kavan takes his hand off of her shoulder and holds up the other hand, and he says, Sharwin, you've made your point. I will escort you to the grove, and I'm sure Sir Bradford would do the same.
at this, Sir Bradford looks down at you two and says,
I do not have the energy to make my way to the grove. If I pass now, I would like to pass in town. Leave me here. Go off. If I can, I'll muster some men and see if we can't come escort you as well. But again, I am too close to the end to go chasing leads and stories and myths. I made my bed there in the soil beneath the Gothias tree. And if that is my fatal mistake in life, then so be it.
In this case, Sir Bradford, Kavan says, speaking lowly, I believe a journey in smaller numbers may be safer than a full retinue, even if you could marshal them, but I'm not so prepared to give up on you. I'm no druid, but I do practice healing magics to a limited amount. I I wish you to come along to the grove. If these elves have been helpful, if they have something they might offer, then you're as worthy to make the journey as Sharwin. And if
At this
necessary, I will drag you, sir.
Sir Bradford gets almost angry with you, and he replies with his brows furrowed and uh, hands pointed accusingly to the east, and says, "Those elves can't help me. Don't you understand? This is a disease. Any kind of healing, whether it be ones that restore a limb or close a gaping wound, it will not help. I am blighted. I am doomed. And if we do not find a cure, then I don't want to chase it. Let me die in peace."
Think upon what you saw, Sir Bradford, down at the ruin of the tree. If you are blighted and doomed because of your choices, then Belak should surely be dead, and yet my lady saw fit to pacify him, to make him willing to return for a chance at repentance. If she wishes that for him, and she wishes salvation for the both of you, there must be an opportunity. You are titled. You bear a human title, knight, sir. Uh, should you not have the bravery to at least try?
Um, seems you have struck a chord with Sir Bradford as his disposition changes now. The mention of his nobility, or at least his knighthood, has changed something with him. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage. Excellent. Sir Bradford relents, and as he hangs his head low at the thought of him betraying his knighthood, he looks up and says, "Okay, let me let me gather a few men, and we will make it east towards the grove."
Well, if you wish, but I'm. And he lowers his voice, given that they're in the company of the shopkeepers. He continues, I'm ill at ease with your brethren here. They, especially the mayor, they're acting oddly. I am, and God has helped me, I am even worried for Belak. Not to mention my companions. But they've made their own choices, and, well, as for the two of you, well, I suppose, Sir Bradford, this is your territory. If you wish to bring your men, then I am but a guardian.
Yes, I'll muster up what I can. I'll bring some preparations if I can. If what she says is true, there may be hope for us. If there is only enough magic or cure for one of us, just promise me. Give it to her. She deserves it. She is still young. I have lived a full life. I'm well ready past my prime.
Well, I think Sir Bradford, that you, well, you underestimate yourself, sir. You fought with great skill when we were down at the tree, and I do not think that was because of the tree. You Well, you would surely best me in a duel of blades, that I am sure of. Why are you so determined to die, sir? Is it truly illness, or is it shame at what you chose, or what you believed in? Because
As
in
as
your
you as you keep watching Sir Bradford, sorry, as this goes on, you see more and more of that sap coming out of his forehead and temple, and he has the look of a man who is, well, maybe in his 30s, but well, now moving into his 40s, as his tired look and wrinkled face give texture to the soul of someone much older. Sir Bradford looks ill, almost deathly ill. Indeed, there is something wrong with these two individuals, something that happened to them that will not be cured by any normal means, and that much is very clear.
Kavan is, well, acutely aware of their appearance, given that they look more and more to him like plants than they do people, especially Sharwin. And he draws a breath and says, I believe we should leave now. If you insist on rallying your men and supplies, then so be it. But once we arrive, you may be better served on your own rather than with me. My presence may offend them. I'm Drow. They're they are justified in thinking me their enemy at sight.
It's never easy, this life, is it? Were it so easy, we would all be, well. And as his voice trails off, he stumbles, catches the railing, and you see the shopkeeper say,
Oh, Sir Bradford, if you're not okay, I can send for those men. Your Shawan, your mother would have me do it anyways. Uh, Let me go upstairs and consult with her. Let's see what we can do in terms of getting you the help you need.
At this point, Sharwin is out the door and headed to the east. At this point, do you stay there or do you follow her?
Kavan is, well, quite concerned that she's simply going to go charging off on her own into the wilderness, looking as she does, and maybe happen upon someone who is not so kind as the villagers. So, well, he looks to one way and then the other, and then he takes a breath, sighs, and goes after Sharwin, hoping to catch up with her. And being rather light on his feet, he might at least have a chance.
As she rushes out the door, you see her head towards the inn. It seems Dorian has not finished his bartering quite yet, but you do see that someone is at the door ready to leave the smithies. When you head over to the tavern, as you trail Sharwin, you see her make her way into the tavern very brusquely. She knocks down the double doors and immediately starts talking. And by the time you've trailed her inside, you can hear her talking up a storm towards the barkeep there. The barkeep is about a 5'7" tall elf who looks about about to be a wood elf, an elf who probably has spent most of his summers out in the woods in the forest. And when he sees you, after much back and forth between him and Sharwin, which sounds like which would sound like as if they were arguing over if something were to be done now or later. He sees you and he says, "Eh, dark skin. Fancy seeing your kind here. Hmm. Let me guess. You're the ranger who brought these back.
these people back here, isn't it?
And you would be well justified in thinking me an oddity to see. I am seemingly that everywhere I go. He comments, somewhat bemused fashion. I am indeed the one who brought them back, though I should say not on my own. I was aided by two very skilled, noble companions.
Yeah, the two humans are, I'm guessing. Look, uh, I'm just about to wrap things up here. And look, Sharwin, of course, I'll take you to the Grove. It's just where my people go to pray. It's no special sacred place unless we are, well, mid-ritual. And I guess you are following her, aren't you? And he looks your way.
Well, yes, I'm concerned that whatever it is has befallen her and Sir Bradford, well, they they may look odd to someone along the path, and they will not take as kindly as you all have to them.
You know, it's strange seeing you here. It's not your type of place, is it? You've come to the surface to what? To help humans? Or do you have some other nefarious purpose here? You know, I wouldn't trust you I wouldn't trust that elf as far as I could throw him. You know that, Sharwin. And Sharwin looks at him and says, I don't need your talk right now, Grovelas. I need you to take me to the Grove. And I need you to bring me to your grandmother. And at that, Grovelas, the elf, the barkeep, says, kind of gets stopped for a second and says, What can she help you with? What does she know? She's practically dying herself. All right, I guess I'll close up. I guess I owe it to you. And you, be careful around my people. They wouldn't like your sight. And I wouldn't want you to be the last thing my grandmother sees if she passes.
Kavan takes the verbal beating with due patience. It's certainly far from the first time that he's had to endure that, and much worse. And he simply waits it out until the wood elf has had his say. And last he comments, your grandmother may be, well, ailing or in her elder years, but I find that it is among the elderly that we find many truths.
Yeah, sure. And I guess you'll be there to see our Grove. Which I'm not too happy about.
I will keep my respectful distance, as I've already told Sharwin and Sir Bradford. I'm well aware that I am likely not welcome there, but I wish to at least see them safely to it.
I don't know who guides you, but if you're as helpful as they say, you're welcome then. And he kind of reluctantly says that last part as he ducks underneath the counter, grabs a small, not I wouldn't call it small, but necessarily it's only about a 4-foot tall guide stick, and as he takes it, he points to the east and says, "Let's go." Oh, wait, hold on. Is there someone supposed to be back here? And at this point, from one of the restrooms, out comes walking Sheldon, and who kind of dusts off his robes and says,
Are we going anywhere?
Well, that is up to you, Sheldon. Kavan says, I'm going to escort Sharwin to the Elven Grove near here, Druidic.
Yes, I was just talking to the barkeep about a grove.
Ah, I'd fancy a visit myself.
Um,
Apparently, that is the grove that was mentioned. If you're game to go, so am I.
well, I'm game to at least see her safely there, but I fear this being an elven grove that they will not welcome the sight of my face. I'm merely concerned for her safety and that of Sir Bradford's, given their, well, uh, with respect, Sharwin, their appearance.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, we'll see what we can do about that. And he gives you like this wink, as if he might have a trick up his sleeve.
Hmm. Uh, well, if you wish to go, I can certainly understand the reason. You are, after all, a servant of the Lady of the Groves.
Well, it's settled then. Let us travel together.
And what of your friend? Shall we leave him behind to his drink?
Oh yes, Dorian. If I know him, well, he's going to want to haggle for quite a while over his gear. He's quite nitpicky, that one. I'm sure he won't miss us, nor us him.
If I know Dorian, he's waiting outside for you. He's rather protective of you, even though you don't seem to notice it. He uh, comments a bit under his breath as he turns around to leave the shop.
As you head outside from the tavern, Sharwin leads in front with Grovelus right next to her. Sheldon leads behind them, and as you turn around to look towards the smithy, you see that the gentleman who was at the door has gone back in and started arguing and raising a loud ruckus. And it seems indeed that Dorian is intent on bartering and bargaining his way to better prices.
Wonderful, Kavan says as he pinches his brow. Uh, should we leave him to this? I, I'm given away with blades, not away with people.
Um, Sheldon says,
Ah, yes. I left a message for him. Ah, a magical incantation. He shall know our location if he wishes to seek us. Otherwise, well, he's welcome to wait in town. This grove, though, cannot wait. I'm afraid. I'm afraid Sharwin might be in the last throes of a disease.
Yes, I've noticed the sweat upon their brow. It's not sweat, it's more like tree sap. Have you ever seen the like?
Yes, in nature, but on someone like a human, no. I've never seen such a thing.
Well, if there is a place that they might find healing, Kevon thinks, I suppose this grove of druids would be their best opportunity. So far as I've heard here in town, there is a temple, or more, should I say, a shrine to Shantae, and I don't believe that they will find a great deal of help at a mere shrine.
Ah, yes, I don't believe so either. Whatever is ailing them, be it disease or some kind of divine curse, I say we seek answers from the goddess of the grove.
Kavan is quick to nod at that, commenting offhandedly, and who better to inquire with her than someone who has just redeemed himself in her eyes as he's walking out the door.
Sheldon gives you this sly smile that grows to a wide smile, and he says,
Ah, you are ever right, my friend. May you be even more right as we go.
And as Kavan's stepping along, he asks Sharwin, how long, or rather, how far roughly is this grove? Are we talking a day's travel or merely a short walk?
Sharwin uh, doesn't respond and instead looks to Grovelos. Grovelos, the wood elf, responds instead and says, "Well, it should be a few hours walk. Not too far of a trek, but uh, well, far enough that I'd be concerned for some of the health here. Uh, you know what? I'll say this. It, if we get there soon, we should be able to get a ritual started. I know some elves nearby who will be interested in escorting us and perhaps even assisting with the ritual. The more of us there are, the easier it might be. But, well, I guess we'll see.
You mention a ritual. Are you yourself among the druids?
Not quite a druid. I practice some of the magics in the circle, but I wouldn't call myself a fully fledged one yet. It's simply passing down traditions. Uh, Traditions that have been a part of our family and our circle. Um,
Kavan inclines his head deeply at that, saying, you are blessed to have this opportunity to pass down the knowledge of your ancestors to the next of your kin. For some of us, that is quite a rare thing indeed. And with that, we should perhaps make haste. I believe Sharwin is going to regardless. So Bradford said something about mustering men to accompany us. I seemingly could not talk him out of going without them.
Sir Bradford. Yes, he should know where the grove is. After all, you did make a stop there before you went to the Citadel, didn't you? As he turns to look at Sharwin. And then he says, "Thank you, also. I've not had the chance to speak to many other elves on the surface. I don't know where you're from, or, again, what your intentions are. But you understand what it's like being an elf among humans.
And I understand what it is like to be viewed as, well, less than anything you might imagine to live among humans, so I will understand your plight. As for myself, I am from, well, a town called Skullport, beneath the surface, and, from there I was for a time among my own kin. Well, it's a tale for another time. Needless to say, my kindness did not win me any favor with the matriarchs, and I took my opportunity to find my way to the surface and into Lady Selune's service.
Lady Selune. Interesting. Not what I'd expect, but, well, today's full of surprises, I guess.
It is indeed, and well, if you don't believe it, at the moment you see a drow standing in sunlight, unbothered. And such is her blessing, and such is the weight that I carry at the same time. And
I've noticed something about you. Perhaps you are divinely here. And if there is such a thing, well, then perhaps we are on some kind of journey then.
Kavan can't actually can't help but smile. It seems that Dorian and Sheldon have infected him with a bit of a sense of humor. He informs him, I am by no means here divinely inspired. I'm here on behalf of, well, a very loud man and a man who is very much in need of a bit of encouragement, and, well, the rest was coincidence. But thanks to my lady, Sharwin and Sir Bradford are here to visit your grove. And as for Belloc, well, your mayor seems to be very interested in keeping him confined.
Dangerous. What I've heard of Balak is, well, for the worst. If he is indeed what they say, I can't imagine what he would do if he were to go back to his ways, especially on the surface.
Well, I know not what my lady did to him, Kavan admits, but I'm given reason to believe he has a purpose here yet still, or else he would be dead. I had him, in fact, dead to rights. My sword's at his neck. And yet she shone her light down upon his face, and his expression changed. He's been docile ever since. Did not fight the entire way back, and it is, believe me, quite a trek, many climbs. And once here, well, your mayor spoke to him briefly, and he accused them of being cannibals, and then he was hauled off by the guard, even after I advised the mayor, having been asked, whether or not I felt it was safe for him to live free.
You continue your walk towards the east and out of town by foot. And this conversation has grown to the point where Gravolas has been listening to you intently this whole time. And when he replies, he says he's been thinking this whole time. And he kind of scratches his chin and kind of strokes his thin beard. Do elves have beards? I might be screwing this completely up. I don't think elves necessarily have beards.
I don't think I've ever seen one. It's a good question.
I'll say this: he strokes his chin with no beard, and as he does, he replies and he says, "Yes, if you do work for the Lady Selune, I must ask you, what would your goddess do to these people? What would she give? What would she have in store for their fates if otherwise they were doomed? I cannot think of a more cruel fate to be saved from death simply to be, well, paraded around to die later." And at that, Sharwin kind of gives this like, "Ugh, I don't know what she wants. I just wish to see another day. I just wish to correct things that I've done wrong. Is that too much to ask? And I'm sure Sir Bradford has his own regrets."
Kavan is slowly shaking his head throughout the what else questioning. My lady is certainly not a goddess of cruelty. While it may be true that at times I do kill on her behalf, it is never with malice. It is to protect a greater cause, a greater good, and if she spares a life, well, at most times I am left in her trust. I shall we say, I am an agent for her in places where she cannot go, and she entrusts me a speck of her power to use responsibly. Normally she would not intervene. If it were meant to be for me to strike down Sharwin and Belak and Sir Bradford, they would be dead down with the tree. But instead, my lady's light, well, offered them another opportunity. And in fact, Lady Eldoth, I believe, was there as well. I saw new trees take root there in an instant, and not of the cursed variety.
Hmm. This all seems to be adding together to something that I can't quite piece together.
Welcome, my friend, to my life. You, even in their service, they often do not speak directly, but, well, you may find your answers at the Grove. You speak of a ritual. Do you know anything of a ritual which might help a condition such as theirs?
The only rituals I can think of are, well, first to pray. Pray to the gods. You have yours, I have mine. I'm sure you all have yours. But besides that, there is a cleansing ritual. Perhaps one that can remove the blight from Sharwin and Bradford. If this is something that could work, then we must try it.
Well, yes, they can be cleansed of, well, the madness that Belak undertook, I believe, under the control of the tree more so than on his own. Well, then it should be worthy of the attempt. I'm given reason to believe that, well, some part of the tree may yet linger within them. I saw them trying to place bits of the tree into other creatures, and, well, they did not fare nearly as well. And I believe Sharwin and Sir Bradford may be the to to lack a better word, the successes of the effort.
That is upsetting, to say the least. Let us go forth. Let us make haste.
Of
I'll
course.
think about this as we make our way.
And as Kavan's heading toward the eastern path, he's looking about, inquiring, Sir Bradford, would ye already be ahead of us, do you believe?
Um, I think out of character, this is you. You guys have already made your way out of town. You're already on your way there. Sir Bradford, if anything, is being carted by his escorts over, which will take some time. Maybe not quite 3 hours or 2 hours, but maybe 1 or 2 hours.
Gotcha. And in that case, Kavan, uh, I'll just, I'll retract that question. Kavan, yeah, will not try to figure out the time of moving a man on a cart.
He will get there in time.
Yes. Kavan nods his head with regard to the subject of moving with some haste, and even though he is guarding Sharwin and to some extent her elven friend, he steps off of the path and does so among the trees, where if they should come upon others, he'll be less likely to be seen. And under the cover of his cloak, he does not seem to be bothered by the sun. Either he's adapted to it, which some drow do, given enough time. Uh, well, one cannot say if that's the case or if it's something more.
As you make your way east, uh, covering your tracks and making good time, the sun begins to set slowly, and as it does, uh, it gets somewhat dark. It is still early spring, and the weather has gotten better. On nights like this in the spring, the air is still with the calm of a cold breeze setting in. Um, the flowers and the leaves started springing their buds and root and leaves. So at this point, it is chilly, but it is not inclement weather by any means. And when you make your way to the woods, you find yourself in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by a few, um, well, bluffs.
Oh, I apologize. I lost the map for a moment there.
I think I need to just add. Let's see. Yep.
It may be a side issue because I can see my token.
Ah. Okay. Let's make sure that it is set up correctly.
I was at first able to see the map. It's interesting.
There we go.
Yep, there you go. Perfect.
You come to the middle of a clearing, and in this clearing, you see all sorts of trees that look like they've been there for ages. Trees that have grown tall and strong in their base. Trees that easily, if you were to cut them open, would show rings of hundreds, if not 1,000 or 2 years. In this old growth, Gravelas, well, takes his time preparing.
Kavan sort of stands off to the side, sensing, given Gravlov's actions, that they are where they should be. And, well, he meanders a bit toward the older looking trees. This is something which has always inspired his own curiosity. Once upon a time, he knows, his great ancestors of old lived among the forests, just as Grovelosk's people do today. So, opportunities to be in places such as these are very rare, and he avails himself of the moment's peace, and especially given the fact that he can do so while standing out of the way.
You do make your way to the sides and hide yourself. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. You manage to hide behind one of the trees, hiding from most people. And as you do, Gravelas gets up and maybe has lost your location in behind the trees. And you see him whisper something to Sharwin. And Sharwin makes certain to put her hands on the ground, sensing and touching the dirt as she grips blades of grass in her hand and feels them through her digits. She closes her eyes and focuses. At this point, Sheldon whispers something to Gravelas and starts to whisper an incantation or perhaps a prayer. As you hear from the distance, you see Gravelas summon forth the power to speak in a loud, booming voice now. Gravelas addresses the forest and he says, "Oh, mother of trees, nature, and the woods, we beseech thee, what ailment has wrought our fellows so that we may seek to cure it and cleanse them of this darkness. And as you do, as he does, you see the shadows and figures of elves appear by the trees. Unable to discern their faces, they sort of mill around in the shade. And as it grows darker and the sun has completely set, Grovelos raises his guide staff, and with a mighty thrust, "Light! Bring lightness to our endeavor." These globes of light appear around the tree lines, illuminating his, well, group of elves. They all stand around you, shadowed by trees, but lit up from behind by these lights, and they begin chanting. And all around you, you can hear the chanting of this old elven prayer. And as it swells and grows, it comes to a crescendo. You hear multiple voices that sound like, as it finally cresses. Sharwin's form almost becomes shifted. Her clothes move around her, and twigs and branches start jutting out of her clothes. And you see her almost panic for a second before she realizes what is going on. As she looks to Grovelas as she begins convulsing, Grovelas looks over to you. Sensing where you are, he says, I don't know what's happening. We're gonna lose her.
I do not even know what manner of magic your people have used upon her, Kavan says. And at this point, he's given up on the option of stealth, given he never even saw all the elves around him. Why do you not ask them? Do they have no speaker?
We were simply chanting of a prayer. This is what is going on. And as you walk in, Sharwin seems to almost start growing these roots out of her feet. Her boots burst open, and vines and woody exterior digs into the ground. Sheldon at this point is dumbfounded as well, and he says, "What's this? What manner of sorcery is this? This is no magic. This cannot be." And as you reveal yourself to the crowd, they suddenly say, "A dark skin invades our presence. We must leave." And the ritual is cut short.
Unless you be cowards, he yells back, you will return, or one of your speakers will return. This woman is under my protection, not in my custody, and I would wish to know what is happening to her.
As you say that, as you address the crowd, more voices speak up now, and some of them say, "He is not to be trusted. He is a drow. He's here for nefarious purposes.
And with that, Kavan draws both of his swords, turns them about, and drops them so that their tips drop down into the dirt. And he holds his hands out to his sides. He says, I know the lot of you are doubtless peerless with a bow. At the moment you could kill me many times over. I am here with no nefarious purpose, only to find a cure for, well, what was done to Sharwin. Or at least to aid her in doing so.
And as you say that, the crowd slowly starts to fade away. They step back beyond the trees, and then you hear some rustling. The rustling seems to be coming from the woods, and soon you see them. From all around, bushes animate and begin walking towards the center of this grove. Yet they do not look like they are here to attack. As they inch ever further towards the center, Sharwin can be heard. What is happening?
I do not know,
And
Sharwin.
as they walk towards Sharwin, they start to connect their branches to the ones coming out of her own. And as they do so, they begin to meld with her form. As you see Sharwin slowly grow inch by inch into, well, a tree.
Kavan is, well, rather awed by this strange process. He does not seem to know what to make of it, commenting to Sheldon, they could have killed us if they had wanted to. We were surrounded.
I do not think they are here to attack or kill. They must be returning to the source of the only bit of the Golthias tree they knew.
Do you think they too were victims, or were they perhaps part of the tree from before it was, well, before the blood?
I do not know. What has transpired here can only be a mystery.
A mystery to us, Kavan mutters, but not to them, as he looks out over the trees and the shrubs. There's a reason they didn't tell me what they were doing, and, well, for Sharwin, he lifts the hand and places it upon what has become the tree, almost in an apologetic fashion. For her, it is too late for me to find out. I thought they might perhaps cure her, siphon out this curse like a poison, but instead they seem to have done as she thought. They made her one with the land.
I am suddenly disappointed. I believe the life could have been saved today. I do not know what the future holds in store.
Well, perhaps in a way a life has been saved. He lowers his hand from the tree. If Sharwin is indeed a part of this great tree, then in a sense she lives even now. And, well, somewhere within, perhaps she will live on for long after you and I are dead.
Perhaps. And as you finish speaking for a bit, you hear the footsteps of boots on grass. And from the west is a small entourage. It is Sir Bradford, along with two of the town watch, as well as the mayor.
Kavan is quick to whisper to Sheldon, say nothing of what you saw, it is just a tree.
And when they make their way into the clearing, you can see that they are already in some kind of mood. When he addresses you, the mayor says,
Ah, making your way in our region and somehow yet up to things that we are not aware of. This grove is interesting, as we typically forbid elvish practices out in public, at least within this town. So, what has transpired here tonight? And tell me, why should we not lock you up?
Kavan reaches down and plucks his sword up from where it sat in the dirt, and it's not necessarily intended as a threatening gesture, but perhaps a certain message is conveyed as he tucks the blades away in their scabbards. What transpired here tonight is nothing I can explain to you, and that is the truth on the word of my goddess. This is, this is sacred ground, is all I can relate to you, sir.
Were it not for your deeds and, well, the kindness you have brought upon us in Oakhurst, I would be inclined to believe you. But you see, the fugitive Belak has escaped, and I am here to collect what I might think be his accessories to criminal activities.
You will not find them here. You look upon my friend, and you can look upon he behind me, and he gestures toward the wood elf, and he explains, it is we. There's no other with us.
Yeah. Likely story. Well, you'll have plenty of time to explain it to us in prison.
And you see two more city watch or towns watch appear from the south, and another one appear from the north. At this point, you see Gravelas say,
I knew I couldn't trust him. It's only a matter of time before they came for us anyways. You've always had an issue with us. Us who are not like you. Us who struggle day and night to avoid your prying gaze. Your ways have always been backwards here. I've never accepted them, only lived under the cruel thumb.
and then you notice something about Gravelas change. He starts to grow hair around his chin. And he says, and you suddenly see this transformation take place. where Gravlas used to be. You instead see something much more feral and canine.
Lycanthrope is the first thing that Kavan says, and he suddenly understands why it is that the mayor's, one, so aggressive, and two, so well fed. He would certainly have no trouble finding any food, and it's just as soon as he had placed his weapons within their scabbards, he has them drawn again. This time, one of his own, and in the other, Sir Bradford's sword. And he says,
Sorry. Go ahead, continue. I navigated away from Roll20 accidentally.
Oh, no worries.
Sorry.
He steps around what was Sharwin and the various creatures who melded with her into the new tree. And he says, what business does, well, to be blunt, a werewolf have ruling over a town of men? And what of Sir Bradford, for that matter?
I'm sorry. I must have described it wrong or something. It's actually Gravelas who turns into a werewolf.
Oh yes, I severely misunderstood that. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally good. I went into roleplay mode, but I should have said that Gravelas is the one who was kind of stroking his chin earlier, and
yes. Oh yes, it comes back to me. Do they have beards?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I get it now. Kavan is he's a bit rather startled to see Gravlosk changing, and to his experience and his knowledge as ranger, lycanthropes, and in particular, potentially werewolves, often have malevolent qualities to them. And so as he's rounding the tree that Sharwin has become, along with the creatures, he grabs Sheldon by the shoulder and tries to haul him along with him.
And as you do, Sheldon gets moved back a bit, and Sheldon says,
"Oh, my! I did not expect this."
And then you can hear Gravelas speak through his lycanthrope form, say,
"You would not. It is not your fight, old man. These humans, they seek to get rid of all of us. Yet we only attempt to live peacefully and within our means. You who have grown fat off your kind, and who would press us down with your mitts, your beefy mitts. If you were tangled with one of us, I can assure you, it is no easy task."
And startled by this, Mayor Verna Lang takes more than a few steps back, as do some of the closest guardsmen. And it takes him all but everything. Just to not fall down. And it is within moments he issues the order,
"Back! We will not fight this. We will not fight this demon, this beast."
And you see him call off his men.
Kavan watches them run off, and, do they leave Sir Bradford behind?
Yes, Sir Bradford is still standing there. He is too tired at this point. He is...
I cannot go further.
I am nearly at my end.
You need go no further, my friend. You are where you need to be. But Grobolosk, well, perhaps first you should become what you were, and then explain.
At that, Grovelos runs around in a couple circles and struggles to not let out a howl, and it sounds like. And as he reverts to his form, struggling as he does when he transforms, he finds himself on the ground, prone, and he looks up and he says, "Thank you. I would not have done that if I did not know I had allies I could count on."
Well, what mayor of his stature comes out into the wilderness when he has so many men to send? I hardly believe he was here simply because he wanted to personally collect Sharwin.
No. He was here to make sure that he burned down our grove. He's threatened it many a times. You said you are chosen, or an agent for Selune, eh?
I am, yes.
Tell me, when you're down in... And at this point, Gravlas stands up and he says, "Tell me, did you manage to find anything in the Citadel? There was a straggler that came along with Sharwin and Sir Bradford. He was a part of my circle. And he was my grandfather."
Kavan is given a moment's pause, and furrows his brow and explains, I saw many a thing in the Sunless Citadel, but I don't recall seeing the bones of an elf or anything of the sort, although I grant you there were many. It was not recent, though. I simply could not say, but none of the people living down there mentioned an elf.
I ask because he went down seeking a fruit for my grandmother. Something that would cure her of her, bouts of lycanthropy.
More of
She
this fruit.
She could not take it. She wounded herself, put a curse on herself to make sure she never transformed. And I'm afraid it's killing her. She made an oath, and I'm afraid that she intends to keep it, even until her death. And it pains her, and it creates much that racks her body. I simply wish to make either her passing painless or the rest of her life without this curse.
Well, I would not force your grandmother to choose a death other than, what fate guides her to, but if there is a cure for a curse, it would be more in the hands of your own kin, or perhaps my companion. He gestures towards Sheldon. He is a cleric of the Lady of the Groves, Eldoth. Perhaps she could lift a curse, but why? Why do you regard yourselves as cursed? Was this not, well, shall I say, was this brought upon you?
Some of us have more difficulty struggling to be, well, good. Grandmother fought the struggle and knew that there may be a day where she would lose control. The curse I speak of is not of being a werewolf. It's of not being able to control it.
Are you given then to changing under the moon? He seems to draw some meaning from the question of whether he was an agent of Selune.
I do not know your lady Selune's ways. We have survived here up in the north as well as we could. Some of us are better than others at controlling it and keeping it from harming others. If you have anything to help us, please, I simply ask that you make my grandmother's passing go peacefully.
Kavan is, well, he's given first to turn his swords about and again tuck them away now that the men from the village have withdrawn. He explains, I do carry but a speck of my lady's divinity, but I do not wield her power. If, as I said, if your own people cannot lift this curse, and if my friend cannot, well... But on the other hand, Kavan thinks for a moment, well, there are many like you who take the form of the wolf for evil purposes, for the satisfaction of killing, and yet there are others who are benevolent, like yourself, or who wish to be, and it is they my lady cares for. She calls them her own among those things she represents. Lycanthropes of all kind who are of good intent.
Yes. Perhaps I should have sought Our Lady's help before I got myself in this mess.
Well, what mess? What do you speak of?
I've transformed and they know me now. I may not go back to town, I'm afraid.
Well, they've seen us all. I don't believe any of us can go back to town, and, well, if we had, it would have been behind iron bars regardless. Your mayor seems quite fond of them. Kavan is, well, he's rather at a loss, because although he does note some magic and a touch of healing, he's not exactly a priest. Nevertheless, he lifts his hands and, just following blind faith, he places one gloved hand over the wood elf's heart and his thumb upon his brow, and he requests Lady Selune. and his voice lowers. Your chosen begs of you, please grant this one who bears the curse and the blessing of the beast comfort and peace within his heart and within his mind. Grant him control over that which is flowing through his veins. Grant him the ability to know right from wrong and to no longer suffer in fear of himself. And he reaches deep, deep within himself to what he's always perceived as just a speck of light somewhere in the darkness, the very small bit of herself that Selune gave to him. And he tries in some vain attempt to access it, to use it to help the lycanthrope.
What happens next is not just a healing spell, rather a circle surrounds you, and from outward from your hand, about 15 feet, emanates this circle of healing. And as it emanates further and further from your hand, the tree that Sharwin has turned into begins to kind of shake violently. And as it does, you can see the roots come up. As it starts convulsing, you see a woman, an elf woman, appear from the north, crossing the trees past the shadows. You can hear her speak to Gravalos and say,
Gravalos, you have brought someone here.
and as she gets closer, she says,
But he does not look like the savior. What is the meaning of this?
Kavan is very, very deep in concentration at the moment. This is, in fact, a new experience to him. It was on blind faith that he even made the attempt. But speaking lowly under his breath to whomever might hear him, he says, "Bring her closer now."
and as the light emanates, it focuses itself onto the tree. The tree begins pouring sap out of its trunks, and it bursts full of life and splendor. You see wisps of light and bees and insects surround the tree as the sap oozes from it. The branches break from underneath the ground, and coming out of it, bursting out of the ground, is a pale pink Sharwin Hookerly. And as the bark slides away, the sap gets onto the ground, and it sticks there in these just mounds of syrupy, oozy messes. And from it, you see these fruits that seem to have been growing inside of the tree. These tiny apples fall to the ground, and as they do, they start absorbing the syrupy sap. And as they do, they soak it all up. Lying there on the ground are 3 apples.
And what seems, if anything, to be happening to Gravalos? as this is who Kavan has his hands on at the moment.
Grovelos looks at you, with your hand still to his chest, and he says, I don't know what to say. I feel better, as if a weight has been lifted. A cloud has been taken away from me.
And you were given a moment, Kavan says, still concentrating upon that speck of light, to do one thing more. Call your grandmother into the circle. Do it quickly.
And as he does, he says, Maliska, please. This man has come here to help you. These apples, they might heal you. They might make it easier for you. And as she goes to pick up one of the fruits, she says, Well, this is all it would take.
Not the fruit, just the circle, Kavan says, and if he could open his eyes, he would probably be quite alarmed to see the fruit, but he is focused all of his concentration upon the very unexpected results of his attempt to use his power.
At that moment, a beam of light shoots down from on high, and it shines onto Grovelos and his grandmother. Their eyes suddenly change, you see, into this silvery blue color, and they begin to glow slightly.
And at this, Kavan takes his hands back, that his lady's work might be done, whatever it may be, and he himself is left exhausted by his experience. He stumbles to the side a bit and falls back to the ground in a seated position, entirely taxed by what he's just done. And looking up at the sky, he says simply, Forgive me, my lady, for using your power without so much as your leave. I was driven to help these people. I have no excuse.
In response, with eyes aglow, Grovelos's grandmother, Maleska, looks at you and addresses you and says, You have used my power for good. You have brought my power into a circle that would not otherwise seek it. When there are people suffering, you have shown them hope. And that is the right use of power.
My lady, you have... And he's bowing his head at this point, despite his exhaustion, and always... well, suffice to say, he could probably count on one hand the number of times he's directly spoken to his goddess, and this would be the second time in so many days. And he says, nevertheless, I've never drawn upon what you secreted away with me in this way? Why is it that you have allowed me to help these people? Why have you given me this power?
For a moment, the eerie moonlight holds itself there, and you can hear Maleska respond.
You have been given power to fight against the tides of darkness that encompass our world. My twin is out there, creating schemes to overthrow those forces of good.
Shar, intones
Yes.
Kavan. Is she responsible for their suffering?
She is the one who made Belek see any naught but darkness. She's the one who clouded his judgment and caused him go on his path of evil. Were it not for your intervention, this whole town would be surrounded by her blights and her vassals.
Kavan slowly pulls himself up to one knee and he says, "What would you have me do for them? They're ruled by a tyrant, and if he is even to be believed, Belak has broken free of his prison and fled to I know not where. Behind the woman you speak through, there is another man who was, well, much as the woman you have freed from the tree. And this fruit, is it evil? I have more questions than that I am worthy to ask any god, much less one I serve."
These questions do not all have answers. And wonder more you may have yet to do. But my blessings have removed the bane of Shar upon these people. For otherwise, there would have been a massacre of innocent and good lives.
What of Belak, my lady? Has he found his way again? It was through your grace that he returned with me.
I showed him the light, a future in the darkness that he has lived in. Where he goes is up to him. But if you should follow him, you will find a man who has changed. A man for the first time who can see light in the shadow.
Kavan lowers his head far enough that his silvery hair hangs down out of his hood and his face is barely visible. He says, I am beyond blessed, beyond honored to have been granted even a moment's use of your grace. But I fear yet for the people of the town. The mayor behaves like a tyrant. The men who follow him, they do so without question, and all of them are giving away their worldly things for, well, fruit like that which fell from the tree. I do not know what is happening to these people.
Do not worry about the evils of men, for they are limitless and boundless.
Tyrants will be overthrown. Tyrants eventually die. But Belak, he wanders. And he wanders into the path of something far more dangerous.
Then it
He
is.
seeks to open the Plumen's gate, to consult with those beyond.
The Plumen's Gate, my lady. I do not know it.
Deep down in the earth, your fellow denizens have built a gate to stop all manners of the void from breaching through. Belak travels to that gate seeking answers. He wishes to look beyond the light and the dark and peer into the very depths of the abyss.
Kavan shakes his head at this in disbelief and not thinking for a moment. He stands upright. He says, I do not understand. You granted him the peace of mind to find his good sense again. Why would he seek further guidance from the abyss? He could have transformed into a bird or a wolf and fled, lived in peace, never to be found by these people.
He still has answers he seeks, and it is not mine or your place to ask why he asks the questions he does.
But it is my place to follow him, Kavan resolves. If he goes where my people dwell, he will never reach this gate, however misguided his quest may be. He's one man, and they will be everywhere in the shadows. You know this.
He is but one man of many means. Should he arrive to the gate, I fear he may open it. And that is a danger all mortals and gods alike should fear.
Draws a breath at this, as he's certainly spoken to his goddess rarely, and never has he known her to be one who is fearful. In fact, many a tale holds her to be quite the warrior. And Kavan asks of the old woman who is at the moment his goddess's vessel, what would you have me do then? His power must be far greater than he seemed to let on if he could accomplish such a thing. Did I free him only to be left to kill him?
No, his power is indifferent from the ones of this world. However, danger he poses is based on the questions he asks. He, if not him, will open the gate to something far greater. And if he will not do it himself, he will recruit others too. Shah works her magics against me, and I do not know if, once the gate is opened, what will transpire.
Is that it then? Kavan wonders. Was your restoration of his sanity only for the moment? Has he fallen under the sway of Shah?
That is for you to find out.
I am your agent, my lady. Whatever you would command that I do, I shall do. I can only ask that you would gird me with your blessing as I return to a people who very much do not wish to see me reunited with them.
And she says, follow the moonlight. His footsteps will glow to your eyes and your eyes only.
As you wish, my lady. And Kavan once again takes to his knees and bows his head in great respect, even though it is to the old woman. He's doubtless in the presence of something far, far greater still.
And in that moment, you see this moonlight suddenly cease, and the glowing in the area stops. The prayer circle you have dissipates, and as you look to the eyes of the elves in this clearing, they blink once or twice, and the glow, the silvery blue glow, is no longer there. And with that, the grandmother falls to her knees and looks, well, healthy. She looks almost decades, if not centuries, younger. And at this, Gravalos goes to pick her up with these tears in his eye, and he says, "Thank you. I did not think she would make it another winter, but your goddess has blessed us. She has sent you to find us, to make our lives easier. Those who would be selfless enough to hide this terrible curse, which I now know to be some more akin to a blessing. And then she did it across boundaries which I could not even believe. Elf to drow. I did not think it was possible."
And in that moment, Kavan once again falls back to the ground. In the presence of his goddess, there was a moment's adrenaline, but now once again he's left with the sheer exhaustion of having tapped into that moat of power entrusted to him. Even he doesn't understand how it was that he perhaps managed to draw just a speck of it up into the surface, into the material world. And yet he's well pleased at what he's done. And at that, he falls backwards and into a slumber, and he is not one to sleep. This seems to have taxed him down to his very bones.
You see, as the world fades away from around you, a familiar voice comes to your side, with hand held against your head, and says, "Sleep now. Your goddess has chosen you. Chosen you for great purpose." And with that, he covers your eyes and lays you to the ground.
And Kavan, in a moment that is certainly a first for his life, actually sleeps rather than merely going into trance. And one presumes it is, in fact, a peaceful sleep, if one that's certainly very much needed in his state.
In that peaceful state, you dream. And these visions of your past adventures come to the foreground amidst all the background of your upbringing. Amid shouting and war and betrayal and even cruelty, loads and loads of cruelty from your mistress. You see Sheldon in a clearing by himself, praying. And as he looks to the sky, you see him whisper just a few words.
Thank you, oh Mother. Eldath, you bless us by taking foes, mortal foes, and bringing them together. I now know your purpose. I now see your eternal wisdom, and I shall follow it wherever I see it goes.
You now see Sheldon fade from this clearing, and the clearing itself fade. In its stead, you see the Underdark. You see winding, twisting tunnels filled with phosphorescent fungus. You see monstrous entities, aberrations filling the gaps between the cave walls. And on the ground, you see a trail of a bear as it walks through this cave. And you see the trail light up with this moonlight glow. These bear tracks lead down into the earth, past farther than maybe even some drow have even ventured.
And with the arrival of morning, Kavan's dream ends, and he sharply opens his eyes and sits up, sucking in a breath of air. The experience of sleeping and dreaming, and at the same time seeing a place of which he is to some degree frightened, even still. It's a very mixed experience. And he looks about himself to see whether he is alone in the grove or whether his companions are still safe. As in his dreams, he has seen Sheldon disappear and Belak vanish into the depths. And hold on, folks. I think Tangy's real life may have grabbed him.
Sorry, I've been DMing and I just realized I was on mute.
Oh, oops.
Exactly. You wake up. Let me go back to where I guess you asked what you see when you wake up, correct?
Yes, he sees. Well, he has a great deal of mixed feelings about what he just experienced. Sleep in itself is a little frightening to him, but he's left perplexed by the things he's seen and looks around to see
Sure.
if he's in company.
You see the company before you. You see Gravalas standing about 10 feet away from you, cataloging something in a diary of some sort. Sheldon is next to you, preparing some kind of poultice or herb remedy. And then further away from you, you see Sharwin and Sir Bradford kind of taking care of each other's wounds and making sure that they are not still diseased, which they look healthy now. It seems they have, with the cores of the apples next to their feet, it seems they have consumed some of it and are now the better off for it.
At first, Kavan is well given alarm at seeing the fruit having been eaten, but he settles a bit as he realizes the two don't seem to be any worse for the fact. And so he asks Sheldon in a much less taxed breath, how long?
You're out for the good parts of the night and a good part of the morning. I roused you to give you some remedy to settle your stomach. But it is about noon now, so almost about 10 hours.
He stumbles over his words for a moment, and then Kavan can only help but ask, "You humans stay sane through this every night?"
Yes, even if we're given terrible visions, we make our way through life, trudging along.
Well, then, you have your own wellspring of strength as much as you claim I have mine. But yes, perhaps the poultice would be welcome, and he does indeed seem to need it. It might be the case that even though he succeeded in using his powers as a chosen for the first time, it was a bit much for him.
Looking at the state of yourself, I think Sheldon sees it as well. I would say this is pretty typical of what a chosen has to go through to use some of their powers. But in the cases where they do, it's almost always some kind of reality warping effect, and that is there's nothing that can be said about just how powerful that can be, right? So
Exactly, he just wiped a curse away from an entire tribe of people, I think, and Sharwin and the knight Sir Bradford as well. So that was quite something, and
yeah,
it was all on a guess.
it's absolutely that. um I would like to call it here. It's been a great session, I feel like.
No,
um
absolutely, great storytelling.
thank you. um yeah, it's I gotta say it's crazy that the amount of that, like, how close I'm actually sticking to the actual game. So there's very much here that is added, and some of it is very obvious, but some of it also is just part of the module itself. So
And fun trivia for the audience. I've never read the module, so if I'm sticking to it, it's by coincidence. He's made his own changes, and I'm apparently just making the right guesses. But wonderful storytelling again. It's always a pleasure. Oh, and I forgot to add, um, maybe possibly tomorrow, Tangy's also going to be with us, maybe, if he wants, before the Curse of Strahd. Very different campaign indeed.
Yes, absolutely.
No,
Um,
right.
yeah, so look forward to that. Curse of Strahd. I'm going to be running all of this month, as much as players want to play, and hoping, hoping people take me up on that offer, and hoping also to run, a villain that, well, the likes that I've never really run before. So I'm very excited about that.
Oh yes, the Great Count, and that's gonna really test your acting, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, yes. But if you guys out there would be at all interested in playing in Tangy's campaign of The Curse of Strahd, well, you still got time to sign up. His contact information's on the overlay. It's in the video info. Reach out to him. He's a great guy, very welcoming, and if you make it on time, he'll make you at home. And Tangy, if there's anything you'd like to say before we go.
No, that's it. Thank you for joining us tonight, and hopefully we'll have more games in the future here that explore more and more about Kavan, the chosen of Selune, as well as his ragtag team.
Well, yes, I'm looking forward to that very much. And to the rest of you, well, I would thank you for watching. I'd thank you and GM Tangy as well, for always supporting the good cause of getting the word out about games like these to disabled and chronically ill gamers. And with that said, I would wish you guys a good night. Stay safe out there and take care of each other. I will see you tomorrow as as I at least, brave the dangers of a much, much darker campaign. And I will see you then. And okay. And thank goodness, YouTube held out the whole time. Didn't lose a bit of it. That was really good. Well, my medication alarm went off in the middle of the dramatic scene, and I'm rushing for the iPad, like, oh crap, no, 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 no. and but yeah, I didn't expect you to let that work. Well, I figured being somewhat at a loss since even the wood elves seemed to have given up. Well, he would give it a try because he knows the spark is there. He's just never uh, to him it feels almost like an insult to disturb it. And but in the moment, I guess in the heat of the moment, it was the first thing I creatively thought of, and I sort of imagined he would have heard of the like the Chosen of Mistra most famously doing things like this and managing somehow to wield the power that was given to them in trust. And there you go. His first time using power as a chosen, and dreaming too. Oh yes, Eldoth. Yeah, yeah. Well, it was fantastic. And I tried to get you as much of a good plug there as I could about your adventure. I'd like to, I'd like to get you some more people, and I I got the link around, so people were watching. Um, some folks I knew showed up in chat, so yeah, very good. And yes, and well, I look forward to tomorrow, and well, unfortunately, I might be playing a much different character than Kavan. Yes. Yeah, sure thing. I actually, I haven't. That's another module I haven't looked at since way back when, but I don't remember. Um, if you start out in Faerun and you get drawn in by the fog, or if you're already there in Barovia. Yeah, as I can recall it anyway, people are out and they walk into the fog and then they can never leave. They're trapped there in the demiplane. It, yeah, and I think again hazy memories, but I think Strahd was kind of depicted as tortured soul himself. He could not leave, even though he's sort of the god there. He can't go. Um, so well, I don't know how much of a bloodbath this campaign is. I'm hoping not too bad, but okay. Oh well, I'm looking forward to it. and I'm really glad that I found something for my Wednesday because damned if Tuesday through Thursday aren't boring. All of my games come around on the weekend, and then it's a dry spell, man. Um, I was just reminded, did you send me a Roll20 link for that? You did, right? Um, if you throw up a blank sheet on there, I'll try and put something together. If you don't get any people, I'll probably need to change my concept, but at least it's something. Sure. Yeah, and I hate to say it, but this character might come across as somewhat obvious because I keep envisioning him sounding like Emperor Palpatine. Just sort of that low, evil voice, you know? And yet he's helping them. Yeah, and yet he's helping them, so I guess he'll kind of be the enigma. Is he good or is he bad? Yep. Yeah, well, I'll stop yammering and I'll let you go for your evening. Um, but I appreciate you, well, getting so much into a couple hours, and for once I actually only kept you for a couple. Yep, it's very true, very true. It's you and the Friday and Saturday games. It's just great role play. Those 3 days I really look forward to. Not that they're not all great, but you and Thompson, you guys are storytellers first and dice second. It's just fantastic. So yeah, yeah. That's why I was telling you I was, confessing my frustration to the GM last night that the people I was familiar with had all dropped out, and now I had two new people, which is fine, but uh, these people are like finely tuned. I mean, it's like they've gone through the rule book and found every little thing they could trim off to make the perfect characters, and they're just leaving me in the dust. And I told him, look, I've got to remake or I'm not going to keep up with them. Yeah, yeah. It's tough because one of them is, well, I'm sure you probably know the fifth edition classes, but one of them is I think assassin type rogue, so he's killing things left and right, and the other one is a wild mage, so he almost blew us all up. But when he's but when he's not doing that, he's frying things left and right, and I'm just standing there with my gun. What? Yeah, yeah. My character's a bard. He talks well, and he's got a gun. That's it. And he used to be with a rogue who had a crossbow, and she was a talker, and a paladin who barely talked at all. And none of them were finely tuned. They were like me. When I first came to that campaign, I was new to 5th edition, so none of us were finely tuned, and we kind of complemented each other. And in this case, I don't really compliment at all. So I'm trying to decide, do I want to keep doing this or do I want to make something that's more on par? Because I have a really good role. And he said, to keep you around, you can keep the role and just make something else if you're not happy. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got the feeling he really wants a cleric or a paladin, and I just recently lost a paladin character, so that's kind of a raw wound. And for me, clerics, it's like I got to be in the fight. I can't play a walking band-aid. And, and I warned him, if I take the cleric, it's not going to be that kind of cleric. And yeah. So I'm thinking about it, but I really have my pick, and I don't know what you would suggest paired with those two. Yeah, there's, there's the tricky part though that might change your mind. This GM's house ruled that healing word is an action, not a bonus. Yeah, it's true. I Yeah, unfortunately though, I'm thinking about it. I think I already leveled him up, and I had charm person, and I was hardly ever having to use it because my character is just good at talking to people. And so I switched it out. I think when I got that level up, I first got access to third level spells. And I took Tiny Hut because I figured, there's never a time that you don't need shelter. And I think I took Fear. They all suggested take Fear. And I kept thinking, well, what about Glyph of Warding? I know it takes an hour to cast, but if you're thinking strategy, and then I realized I'm thinking like my old group, and this isn't them. Um, so I ended up taking Fear, so I don't think I can switch out spells again. For a while, anyway. Yeah. Honestly, honestly, I'm less afraid of what the assassin will do. He set off a gigantic fight that we didn't have to have, but the wild mage is the one I'm afraid of because I went unconscious right next to him as he rolled what would have been a maximized fireball centered on him if he hadn't been stopped. Yeah, it, his wild magic table was terrible. Yeah, it would have killed us all, or at least me for sure. Uh, yeah. Oh, huh. It wasn't under his control. It's that when he has to roll a die every time he casts, I think, and y- y- yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's why it was centered on himself. It was just he was going to explode. And not that it wasn't good too, because earlier on he rolled it so that he could misty step at will for 10 minutes. And oh, wow. Huh, huh. Although, I'll admit it's that kind of stuff that makes me want to play some 3.5 again because yeah, yeah, things were crazier, but they were also pretty. I think some of the color's been lost. I don't know. Um, I mean, 3.5 even had official rules for playing a god. You know, it had everything. So, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to think really hard about what I play, but I told him maybe a warlock. I've never played one, and I was looking at these new packs that came out, and there's one for undeath, and I thought it sounded pretty cool. So I thought, well, maybe, and then I started thinking about it again for your game, and but of course, if I go with that character, his end goal is to get to Strahd and become a vampire, and then, well, if he can, take out the old man. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's very knowingly a part of the game, and when Strahd tells him to do this, do that, he does it. But he's doing it all with the thought that, well, if you're playing the game, so am I, and I'll just be patient about it, you know. Um, and I think maybe I'll give you some surprises with him. Yeah, I kind of vaguely recall it from say 20 years ago, but The fifth edition one, all I've heard is the last fight is a heck of a fight, and I've got to imagine, well, that's got to be with the count. Yeah, so that I am intentionally going into that one blind. Once again, I beyond what I know, I don't want to know what happens. I'm just gonna be doing what I think is right for my plot. But God, I'm keeping you up, aren't I? You want to go? Um, sure, sure. But like you said, throw a couple sheets up there. I'll write one, and if it doesn't fit, then I'll write something that's a little less malevolent. And I'm not sure what class it would be to suit this adventure. I don't really know much about it. Got to imagine cleric or paladin, I guess. It seems most sensible for what's probably in there. You I like Unearthed Arcana. A lot of GMs don't, but I do. I think it has some good stuff in it. Someone in my campaign earlier wanted to play Scion, and there are actually two versions of it in Unearthed Arcana, and one of them is actually called Mystic, but it's really about psionics. And I told him, rather than altering the less detailed one, why don't you use this? And he really seems to like it, and I do too. I like the soul knife. I think they're kind of cool. Yeah, it is. It's very cool. And with that said, I should let you go, as I should have an hour ago. Yeah, yeah, but you wanted to go, and now it's, well, midnight my time. I apologize, but when I get to someone who gets it, I just keep talking. That's what to say. Not everyone is, eternally awake like me. Yep. Yeah, but hopefully I got you some people. Hopefully you get some in the morning. In fact, DM me the post, and I will post in there that I joined, and I really enjoy playing under your games. Maybe it'll draw some more people. Yeah. Get, you gave me the roll 20, but uh, um, did you make I honestly do not know. Let me look. Let me look. Oh, by the way, did I gain a level? For real? Wow, well, okay. I was able to level up, and now I get my third attack. So I leave you a happy person. But um, yeah, yeah, exactly. And I kind of hope to learn learn at the heel of the master because with all those maps you gave me, I'm very tempted. Yeah. I wish I could tell you, or I wish I could ask you, you got any extra copies of the core rules for Roll20? Because hey, this is where the money is. Oh, wow. Okay. Um, oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. And what I was going to tell you before you go is I'm looking at the landing page for it, and I don't, I don't think I can share it. But I was going to ask if you made a forum post because that I can post to. Oh, are you running three instances of it? Oh, gotcha. Sure. I'm still just honestly shocked. I have a group. Um, I don't know how. I'm hoping for more. I've got lots of openings. Funny thing is, even if they all paid next session, net zero because I spent money getting them their extensions. But anything to make them happy. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And let's see. Let me see. Oh, right, there we go. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Man, I'd love to play in all three of them if I could. Unfortunately, Friday and Saturday I've got things at night. But I can absolutely write a recommendation. Oh, and I see you have 3 out of 5. Did you find a second person? Oh, yeah. Generally, for me, it's 5 maximum. I kind of view it as like no, I hate to be stereotypical, but fighter, priest, rogue, um, mage, and then if there's a fifth person, I think, well, it's the oddball class. It's the bard or the ranger or the paladin or something like that. But I tell people, make whatever you want to make. That's what counts. This is you and I tend to run long haul games, so make what you're gonna enjoy playing in the long run, and I'll make it work. Yeah, and they get really good. Arcane archers. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Go to sleep. It's all right. Sure. Um. One place you could post is um. It's a Reddit called LFG Premium, and that's like GMs for or people can go there and find paid GMs. And okay, and there's also looking for GM, the Discord. You can put something on their site. I think you said you did. Um, Okay, I think you've got your bases covered. The only thing you're missing is if you decide to pick up Fantasy Grounds as well. Then they have their own Discord where you can announce adventures, paid or otherwise, as much as you want. Yep, yep, absolutely. But you kind of gotten me interested in Roll20, whereas I started in Fantasy Grounds, so I'm tempted, very tempted. Yeah, that is the one thing, subscription, and with Fantasy Grounds, I bought it outright. There's no more expense unless I choose to buy something. Fantasy Ground, or rather, Roll20 is something I've got to succeed at, or else it's a loss. Um, and I don't know how complicated it gets in terms of like making the maps work with dynamic lighting like you do, things like that. I don't know how complicated, for lack of a better word, coding that kind of thing gets. Oh wow, okay. Yep. Well, okay. I'm gonna I'm going to force myself to shut up. Run while you can. Yep. Yep. Always, and I will DM you when I finish typing up the message, which I'm doing right now. Okay, take care. Hello, hello. Sure can. Yeah, I know. It was something we discussed in passing conversation when I first thought of the class idea, but you said it was cool, so I just worked on it. But the only thing I can think of to keep it working is, like I said, a warlock, and he's packed into the first flame. That's all I can think of. Yes. Yep. Let me check. Sorry, I've got a bajillion windows open from streaming, but I was just in it because I was seeing people make rolls, lots and lots of rolls. Yeah, I was in there because I just remembered. Yeah, I saw Thomas H, and it kind of threw me because my uncle is Thomas H. So I don't know what happened, but I'm back. Oh, at this point, I really don't know what direction to take it because the original thought is, it's in the bin. Like I said, the only way I can really think of to realize it if I stay with that idea is a warlock who has to represent the link packed with the first flame. Well, as much as I wish I were that good, my meds are gonna knock me out before I can write a whole homebrew class. Or, like I said, you know, I can do something completely different. I mean, I don't know what your limits are as far as like Unearthed Arcana and all that kind of stuff. Opens options, but not every GM. Because there are things I like in there too. It occurs to me I like Soul Knife, and what do they got a lot of here? Souls. It's under Mystic. It's basically psionics, but they can make like mental blades of energy out of their soul, mental energy, things like that. This one almost completely melee combat. But yeah, like I said, I was writing a whole, you know, homebrew thing. I was writing a whole. I don't know that I agree, but of course your game. But like I said, I'm not sure. Are you looking at the right one? Because there are two versions of them in Unearthed Arcana. As far as I remember, Soul Knife can't do anything like that. Yeah. Well, yeah, that this is more like if I just ditch the whole Lord of Cinder thing entirely, I'm just throwing spitballs at the wall, you know, at this point. Um, 'Cause- okay. Because yeah, there are two different scions on there with two different versions of all these things, and you never know which one someone's looking at. But um, the first ability for Soul Knife is they can manifest the blade. But then at it at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, oh sorry, I just remembered that I had my microphone up. I was gonna say at the same time, I think if I'm not mistaken, somebody's playing an Ember Knight. They can manifest two blades and have four more flying around them. You know, it's. Well, I hate to tell you, but you've partially got that with my cursed world character. It's just knowledge checks, really. Um, I really don't know what to make. Like I said, the only way I can think to salvage the first idea is a Pacted Warlock, and even that doesn't feel very inspired. Okay. And I guess maybe I'll use this to maybe think of a class or concept of some kind. Is this something I can do solo? Because I don't want to keep you up. I know it's late. Oh, right, right. It's almost 1 a.m. here. Just looking at some of these, I will give you my I draw the line at the blood and gore, excessive stuff type rolls. I ask for a reroll on those. Um, for example, the ones about cutting your own flesh open or eating people's lips, hands, flesh. That's really not. No, that's no. Okay. Sorry, I'm as usual a puny weakling here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It reads like they self harm, basically to me. Okay. Honestly, I read through the book. I did read through it, and as I can think of it, the only things that really caught me were the Amber Knight for the cool factor, and maybe the Pyromancer. But I don't think the rest really caught me. But very good artwork. It all looked cool. Hmm. Well, I'm looking at what the others are playing here as well. Although I don't really know how many of these are committed. And honestly, if someone hadn't grabbed Ember Knight, I might have tried it. It just had a cool factor that I liked. I didn't. I, um, I can. I could do a cleric, but I don't really do like band-aid clerics. I'm in the fight in some way. That's just how I do it. But I would probably, I guess, if we're still, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. Well, I was thinking, well, if this is like, if we're still sticking with, well, this person was the Lord of Cinder. What are they worshiping exactly? Because they technically became a god. Um, and okay, right. Okay. Um, but the other thought was I could play a cleric and frame it more as the other idea, which was Firekeeper. That character did not have good intentions, unlike the Lord of Cinder, who does, but sure can. Yeah, too many of those in the week. I'm not being picky, it's just druid overload. Same with rangers, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Not that it has to be that. I mean, like I was telling you when I first brought up that thought, I was thinking yeah, she was a firekeeper, but now she's probably trying to relight the flame in order to take the power. Uh, sh- but she'll absolutely pose as someone who tends the bonfires and so forth. Oh no no, they will be as great a companion as they could hope for until they get her where she's going. Which is pretty much the same thing I had in mind for the Lord of Cinder. It's just different motives. Because the Lord of Cinder genuinely wants to help, whereas the Firekeeper is out for herself. And when I mean, I think, like I said, it's really that or having a pact as a warlock. I'm not sure what else to do. Um, Somebody grabbed Ember Knight before I did. I should have spoken up. Mm, Gosh, I don't know. And it's me and two others, you said? Yeah. Yeah, I looked at them as well. I believe that was one of the two that I thought were cool was the Ember Knight and the Pyromancer. I mean, some things from the artwork looked really cool, like the I think it was Priest of Light or something like that. Or it might have been a wizard. I'm not sure, but even then, I found most of them. I found the abilities underwhelming more than overwhelming. It was just a few of them stood out as this would be kind of cool to play. Definitely very well. They're more the mysterious type for sure. Mm, I really right. Yeah, yeah. Um, uh, but I'm thinking. Well, I can't remember off the top of my head what all of pyromancer gets, but sorcerers. My problem with them generally is the same I have with paladins, which is limitation on spells, you know, and they're really what you're about. Um, I mean to say, as in how many you can cast per rest, so on and so forth, like that. Okay, well, that fixes one issue with me then. I'm gonna have to look back up what pyromancers can do. But if you want to make these rolls and then go, you know, do your own thing, it's fine. Sure, I'm just, well, I shouldn't have left it to the last minute, but I got so tied up in all the things I'm doing now. I went from 0 to 100. And I mean, I don't have to stick to the first flame idea. I don't have to. If something else would be cool to have or helpful. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. Yep, I agree. I would definitely put that as a number one on the list of choices. I wish I'd written that god class idea too, because gods are still here. Aldrich hasn't eaten them all. Um, yeah, no problem. I do follow though. Yeah, they're not Lord Souls. They're created from fragments of them. Well, considering I was thinking of Kaylana from right outside of um, what's her name? The spider ones, or rather the bad spider ones lair. Yeah, yeah. Um, I was thinking of them more along the lines of her, just your traditional robed wizardly figure rather than someone in the jungle clothing that sometimes they're shown wearing. Um, but one of the original witches would be one hell of a time leap. Um, yeah. because like Kaylana herself was one of 7 daughters, and I think only 3 of them survived, or at least as the story goes. They could be wrong. But like I said, it's the class in and of itself is a good one for me. It's number one on the list so far. But like I said, I don't have to adhere to the first flame thing, or flame in general. Um, but anything else you think would be good or complimentary to the party, whatever you think. Um, mhm. Um, Interesting, and yeah, that can be interesting. Cleric of Gwyn would be interesting and complicated. Um, Thematically so, anyway. Um, yeah. I always, yeah, but as they fleshed out more of the lore, I kind of thought of Gwen as uh, rather than a noble figure who just kind of burnt out when he finally had given his last. When he ruled, he was an ass, and yeah, and I mean, right. Yes, 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 exactly. Yep, I would assume most of them, if in ignorance for no other reason, would lean toward thinking that, especially if you get more people. Okay, so we have, let's see, Pyromancer, Sorcerer, we got Slash Wizard, or yeah, Wizard or Sorcerer, and Paladin of Gwyn. Which one? Oh yeah. I'm still gotta sit down and read through Warlock rules. Need to learn more about them. Yeah, I remember reading about them in general, and although you hope not to be unconscious. Um, I'm so torn. I really don't know. But like I said, I should have sat my butt down and gotten this worked out a while ago. I thought I had my things figured out, but turned out a whole custom class was not in the cards. So I just sort of started over today. Um, but I really don't want to miss it because I know as few players as you have, you need everyone you've got. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine by me. You had said at most if I did the Lord of Cinder, you might start me a bit ahead, but they would catch up quickly. Um, but to be honest with you, I cannot recall. I don't have the PDF in front of me. What the pyromancers can do and what the paladin could do, for example. Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. Hmm. Honestly, it kind of feels like the warlock and the wizard are superior to the pyromancer when it comes to fire-related business, if that makes sense. Right. Um, hmm. And what was the paladin's oath? That was the one that set the blade on fire, right? Mm-hmm. Oh man, I don't know. There are so many possibilities, and I've only got so much conscious time left. Hmm, hmm. Um, just spitballing. Probably a bit. Um, the interaction would be maybe be a bit over edgy for me. Yes, yes, yes. But those are interesting thoughts too. Like, well, those are horrible thoughts, but I mean, it leads me to interesting thoughts like other things that could be involved, like just going on the warlock vein, like pacts with everlasting dragons or pygmy lords or etc. etc. There are so many things. Um, mhm. Shall I be playing? Okay. So anything else? Just maybe just obscure, really unusual Dark Souls reference that might be workable into a fun idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely possible. They're around. Yo, yeah. Y- that's what I was thinking. Someone from Londor would be right there. Oh, you're muted. There's the thing. There's so many possibilities. I've played the game, all three of them, tons like you, and I just see so many possibilities, and I've got to choose tonight. It kind of went off the rails when I wasn't writing my own class anymore. Yeah, I could. This is true, and I'm sure if I asked for it, it would happen. Um, um, so there's no way to have anything to do with the dragons in the sense of not Seath and not killing them. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm racking my brains thinking here because sure. I know. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm on my meds that are supposed to put me to sleep, so I'm fighting the grand battle to try and get this done. Um, and I'm sorry. You said one person was playing an artificer, or was I mistaken? Okay, gotcha. Because I'm gonna try and random roll it. It's not normally what I like to do, but somehow I gotta make a choice. I'm cutting out barbarian, wizard, and artificer. The rest are options. Well, actually, I'll cut out paladin as well. No, paladin. Fighter is not necessarily out. Seven, 8, 9, 10. And yeah, it's pretty much self-explanatory unless I look at something like, Monk. They might have something going on, or, things like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm playing one already who my old group disappeared, and I got two rules lawyers replacing them, and it's a friggin' nightmare. I don't want to think of bards. Yeah. No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you count? Do you count? I'm just looking at class page here, but blood hunters. Oh, okay. Um, I don't want a barbarian, bard. I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can hear you in the background typing. He won't pick something. He's driving me insane. Oh, I was just gonna give them all a number and roll straight up. Hmm. Hmm. I sound like Sigurd. I should probably play Sigurd. um, I don't know why he keeps calling to me because I've never even played one really, but I keep thinking of what to do, and I keep thinking, well, Warlock or maybe Pyromancy Sorcerer. But you ever? Well, only because you've really only got you've got your own version of it yourself, really, which I haven't even read up on, so I can't say yes or no to whether I like it. I Yes, they are. Um, I play a blood hunter one day of the week, and I like them pretty well, but he has some advantages that this guy probably isn't gonna have. Yeah, it seems like the dice are narrowing it down. So, some sort of sorcerer or some sort of warlock. I think it's gonna be. Man, I think we covered all the kinds of sorcerers in the supplemental book. Um, yeah, I mean the more Dark Souls themed book. Um, just out of curiosity, do monks get anything interesting? Yeah. Sorry if this is driving you up the wall, by the way. Oh, like I said, I feel bad because this is something I should have had done weeks ago, if not more. But we had different plans in our heads, so sure. No worries at all. I'm just I I, I grabbed the PDF, so now I'm just glancing through things. It's a toss-up between sorcerer or warlock. Unless something really suddenly jumps out of it at me about these other classes. But you can tell it's 2 a.m. when I'm reading the table of contents and I read fire scrapper is fire crapper and mm-hmm. Yeah, just be borrowing the mechanics. Although there is an outright pyromancer class, but yeah, it's for wizard, and I'm trying to just give something totally new, so can't really do that. Um, hmm. And if this is one of the uh, yeah, I probably will. That is to say, I probably will have to enter everything. Mm, just thinking as I read, if this is one of the original, um, well, we'd be sort of retconning history just a tiny bit, but if this is one of the original daughters who helped to create the Chaos Flame, albeit unintentionally, um, wouldn't wouldn't that make the character partially divine, being creation of yeah, yeah. Anything to do with the undead? Just a random thought. Okay. Uh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's funny you say because the paladin I mentioned losing was it wasn't intentional and it was for good reason, but he became Oathbreaker without my intending to, and I basically had to just let him go because my party was going through these areas. Well, oh yeah, right, right. Uh, yeah, yeah, I'm drugged and it's late. But I'm trying. um, well, why don't we do the roles you need done and tell me what Oh, okay. Okay. Mm, kicking my own ass that I didn't take Ember Knight first. I knew I liked it when I saw the art, but I didn't take it. I'd probably end up like the old hag, just watching over the end of the world from her rocking chair. No, I didn't. Where's- um, there's good ups and downs to either one. And I was just looking at Light Caller and a Ranger. That's kind of interesting. Mm, mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm just reading up about the Firebird thing right now. I admit, if I'm going full caster, which I know they are considered, the limited amount of spells is kind of a turnoff, but on the other hand, they get other things. Mm. Yeah, that's a pretty harsh loss in itself sometimes. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. But sorcerer was you were looking at flame touch. Let me look at that really quick. Um, the School of Heliomancy, that was the light thing I was talking about earlier. But it just didn't seem like much to me. It's right above Pyromancy, the guy holding up the lit scepter. I just remember seeing the art, and once again, it's been the art that's catching my eyes and getting me to stop and read things. Um, hold on to your seat. I'm going to make a choice. Um, mm, can, can I can I be? No, 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 no. Um, hmm. Well, the way I keep going, I keep thinking maybe I was right. I should be related to Sigurd. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Onion Bro. What's up? Ah, Seagbrow, yeah. Do you see a lot of things being vulnerable to fire damage? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because my character, if I were to play that and they tried to go down to old Izalith or something, she'd just be like, nope, 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 nope. Enjoy your experience points. I can't remember if there was like I can't remember from playing if there was equivalent of a holy element. I want to say yes, but I could be wrong. Sure, sure. Yeah. Yep. Uh, to be honest with you, the two easy picks are two I can't have, or rather, I could, but I can't. So it's gonna be well, one would be the Lord, and I just really don't see that working out in any way. And the other would be Ember Knight, and I really don't want to overlap on that. If we had sat down tonight and someone hadn't picked it, it would have been a no brainer for me. Um, mm, that, and I don't really like what pyromancers get in terms of abilities compared to the sorcerers. I know they'll have more spells, and I do like that, but you kind of mitigate that with the ability to get back spell points. All right, well, let's do that. I will go with that. Only took you 2 hours. But then again, this is a possibly long-term commitment, so never know. Mm, mm. And Zen was saying something about don't do macros anymore for these. Right, right, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just taking notes here so I remember what I'm doing when I wake up tomorrow. Probably on the floor next to the computer, which I did the other night. Not my proudest moment. And it was how much per roll? Sorry. You're gonna have to tell me the code on that one to mm-hmm. All I'm looking at right now is I've got 4d6 plus 0, and exploding is set to none. Target number is um, grid. Okay. So I've just got 4d6 plus 0. I can just forward slash roll that one. Okay. Oh, Lordy. Lordy, please give me an awesome roll for staying up this late. 46. Mhm. 46. Nah. Yeah. 17s are my bane. Give me my 18, man. And 2 of those. And 1 of those. Hopefully I followed the pattern correctly on that. Yep. Not liking it. But we'll see. You know, I've been lucky enough to get some really awesome rolls in your games. And 2. Mm. Two of them. Seventeen, 13, 17, 13, 16, 13. I'm not thrilled. Yeah, but thinking of all my other roles, that's bad. That's very bad. What manner of bribery do you take for rerolls? Do you take PayPal? Because I know it's not. I know it's very playable, but it. um, I think I think I really got like super lucky on my last two rolls, and although with something that diverse, it almost makes me think it's kind of wasted on a class that's just going to use what one or two attributes really. Um, all right. Um, 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 call me glutton for punishment or just someone just wanting to go broke, but I'm gonna roll it again. At least I know how to do it now. So you don't have to. Um, I'm sorry. Sure. I was spoiled by my other two characters, so I have to keep trying. My aunt was like this at the slot machines. Mm. Gonna say that's the one that's gonna ruin the bunch. Okay, it's time to load PayPal. Price per roll, please. All right. Never say I'm not a committed player. And I assume once I re-roll, the prior roll is dust. Okay. Okay. What was your PayPal? Sure. Sure. And oh no. Yep. I sent, or actually not yet. Now I've sent you $10. If there's any left over, just think of it as a tip. I suppose that's true. But I'm trying to let you go to bed at some point tonight. Yeah, I woke up this morning at 7 in the morning, which is ungodly early for me. I don't know how I'm still going. Um, actually kind of nice. I don't know. Me too. Well, not voluntarily, or I should say, it's they have to drug me to sleep. basically. But I just try and tell myself, like with my other problems, well, it won't kill me if it happens. One, two, three, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just curious, what is, or actually, hold on, what's the math behind these rolls? Just curious. Like looking at each of the die rolls, and I know I re-roll some of these, but like looking at the ones that I don't re-roll would add up higher than 12. Oh yeah, drop the 3. Right, drop the 3. And 1. Oh right, sorry, I should have re-rolled 2 there. This is pretty much going to keep going until I get an 18. Yeah, close. No, bad roll. So 12, 15. Really? Where are the 18s? I had 17s. I don't need 16s. Not good enough. Defeated again. Do I need to open PayPal back up? Oh, okay. That's just 14 straight up, right? Mm-hmm. Oh. I thought I rolled a natural 20. I was like, oh, got it. Would that be a total reroll? Yeah. Mm. You say things like that to jinx the rolls, get you more money. Get you to open my PayPal again. um, let's see. That was 15. Yeah, actually, isn't that an 18? Oh, right, because drop. Well, yeah, drop the lowest, and I forget ones aren't lowest. Otherwise, it would have been. You're desperate at this point to end this, aren't you? Yeah, I do look back at what some of them got and feel envy occasionally. Are you sure? Are you sure? I have PayPal open again. Mm, I don't know. You got two spikes with the 18s, and then it's kind of low balled from there, you know? Mm, I don't know. I'm probably spoiled from the other rolls I've gotten. Mm, oh. Oh, what the hell? You've been good to me. I'll give you $10 more. And there's your next $10. You're starting to make bank on those free sessions. I'll pay for them all before dawn. Yes, this is where it's going. This is where it's going. Mm. is awful. I think I've got better than that already, probably. Yeah. These rolls are a bit of a bust so far. Two more though, I think. Mm. I need my multi-18s. Would you like... Would you like to take the one with two 18s and bump another one up to an 18? Uh-huh. I have PayPal open. Custom tailored roll. That will be a payment. Ooh, that's a nice roll. Great to start. And hot, hot damn! Now the rest of them are going to be under 10. Oops. One. I told you the rest of them would be crap. You want to maybe say that? How much to just swap the 10 for a 16? Because you almost had a winner there. Yes, but I really technically didn't need to spend $20, but here I am. So, by the way, I wait for you to say the number so I know I'm not getting ahead of you. Sorry, I forgot to re-roll another one. Wow. Yep. I already don't like it. Mm. Which of these had the 318s before we altered it? Do you recall? Um, I'm sort of tempted to keep the 318s. Uh, tough call, tough call. Um, mm, yes, I'm sorry for me too. Um, um, oh, I don't know. I know the other one is probably mathematically, statistically, mechanically probably better, but on the other hand, I get to see 318s on my sheet at the other one. And by the way, go with the 318 roll. I know that's not as good, but yeah. Me neither. That one I like thematically, but just I don't know if it's worth it compared to the blade when it's just cantrips, you know? There are only so many of cantrips that I'm using commonly. I mean, thematically I like it, but cantrips, you know? I don't know, which one would you do? Alright. Sounds fair. It is too bad. I wish we could homebrew some version of that Book of Shadows, because I like the idea, but I just don't think it gives enough to be worth a pact. But when it I'm thinking maybe on old terminology here, but when uh, in older rules, older than fifth, meaning when it says you can cast something at will, that means freely. Is that the case? As in like, it's not even a bonus action. You had said, well, the description says you can cast them at will, and I'm just thinking in old terminology, at will used to mean you can just cast them, period. It doesn't count against you as an action. Because if I can improve it and I can cast the spells at will, as in no action cost, that makes it a lot more viable. Damn. Yeah, because in 3.5 at will abilities, man, you can just do it. That's it. Hello? Hello, hello. Oh, I was. But Um, mm, okay, so not really worth it. No worries. It's that puts it in not worth it territory for me. The only reason I questioned it was because last edition I played. It's almost 3 a.m. Last edition last edition I played at will. At will meant free. You can just do it. But yeah, as it is, I like that you can improve it, but it's not improved enough. Which is too bad, because I like the theme of it, but no. No, 3.5. I have played Pathfinder, but it, well, Pathfinder I think is like 3.75, kind of. Yeah. I loved it too. I had great fun being broken as shit. Yep. And but Book of Shadows is just not worth it to me, and we don't think the familiar one even fits the concept. Blade is just going to work out better for this compared to the Book of Shadows. I mean, if it had been where at first it was just you get these cantrips and that's it. But then he added, "Oh, but you can upgrade it," and I was like, "Okay." And it says at will. Last time I played, that meant you could just do it. If that's the case, well, then this is way more worth it. take, take the blade. That's not how I did it with. That's well, argument for another hour. Pack to the blade. Thematically, not what I wanted, but mechanically, I think it'll work out better for me in terms of what I'll enjoy. Are you guys both Pacific, or are we just all insomniacs? Or in my case, outpacing my sleep medication. I believe you, Zen. It's okay. It's it's. I believe you. I believe you really. But I'm going more off of 20 years of second edition, which is just that's how we handled it at my table, which was if it's at will, it's at will. Oh yeah. I still have my box set for that, and coincidentally, sometime tonight, if I'm conscious, I play Curse of Strahd. Weird coincidence. No, you can have in if you want. I know the GM is really good. 7 p.m. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I can't do it any earlier because I got this game. If you get it for me, I'll run it for you. I'm kidding, but if you did, I would. Oh, Lord help me. Yeah. Yep, well, all the crap I have, it just doesn't let me sleep. They have to drug me to sleep. And I'm running out the drugs. um, but I played I paid a price for my good luck. Believe me. And sorry. Do I have a sheet on here? Oh, thank you. Um, thinking. I don't even know what to name this person. But that I can come up with in the morning. Let's see. I already did my leveling. Looks like. In fifth, is it round up or round down if you take average on hit dice? Oh. Well, Well, um, well, not entirely. If you manage to keep mine above water, eventually I can resurrect you. Yep. You told me, but you told me prior, with this concept, I could use spells that raise people. Oh, right, we switched to the other thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, the first idea was a firekeeper, in which case I would have been allowed spells to raise people. Mm. 18, 18, 14, 18, 10, 12, 18, 14, 18, 10, 12. 18, 18, 14, 18, 10, 12. Quite frankly, you're not going to be with me in consciousness very soon. I'm trying to hurry here. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sorry, thought he said 2d4. Um, can I re-roll the despair? I'm not fond of that one. Nah, just not fond of that one. Uh, mm, no. That makes a lot of sense with the background. That one we can keep. Um. Oh, okay. That makes a whole lot of sense with this background, so sounds good. I come up with two of my own, I think. Oh, oh wait. Oh wait, sorry, duplicated something here. You started with two. Are you coding these by number? Okay, and they don't really have to be any particular flavor. They can just be anything. Mm, um, mm, um, what was her name? Someone's a future no ad subscriber. So, um, 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 I'm just thinking, I know you said it earlier, what were you, since this is very relevant, what were you, calling Witch of Izalith? Audrey, yeah, that was it. So I'd have been created from Aldria, correct? Come on, father. Want conquest? Father, who is want of conquest? Yep. If uh, oh, oh god, it's almost 4 a.m. Holy crap! Holy crap, I'm not gonna wake up in time for the friggin' game. Unfortunately, I gotta wake up on my med schedule. um, just thinking on my background here. I know. We had an idea a week ago, but it kind of fell through the floor tonight, and yeah, and it was in the middle of a stream, so yeah, this is very last minute, very very last minute. Want greater, want greater might, Holy Father, want conquest and throne. Want greater might. Viciously, viciously endeavor. Want. It was Frosty's idea. She is one of the witches of Izalith who helped create the Chaos Fire. Where, yeah, there's a little tweaking so that one more survived. But I went through all kinds of things. If someone else hadn't grabbed it first, I probably would have just said, yeah, Evernight, and end a message, and we would have been done 4 hours ago. One more memory, or one more background, whatever. Background component memory. Both of my rolled memories are quite bad, so I'm thinking maybe I'll balance it. Just trying to find a way. Well, I gave her kind of a good one. She remembers the days in their halls of power, uh, ambitiously and ever in pursuit of their own want of greater might, being an Izalith, scorning her father for wanting more and more dominion, but still at the same time chasing more and more power herself in her own way. And spoiler alert, this character can go one of two ways. They could be along genuinely to help you or help those who were interested in restoring the first flame, or they could be there to usurp it, or they could be there to install the chaos flame. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we went through a bunch of ideas. There was the Lord of Cinder who reawoke, and you guys would pretty much have had to have hauled him all the way up there because he was pretty burnt to hell by the time they put him to rest. But I liked him the most personality wise. Kind of remind me of Lilith. And we thought of the Firekeeper, and that was kind of good because a lot of spell options that might not normally be there, but we debated it a lot of things, and ultimately Frosty thought this one was going to work best. And I am a fallen Azamar as well. I just have to think of one last background thing. An elf, an Azamar, and a snake walked into a bar. I lit it on fire. No, the bar. You're fine. Oh man. Thinking. Give me a fourth background thing. Just throw something at me. It all melted in Izalith. Think of something else. uh, oh, would have been very popular. Um, yeah. Well, I'll leave that for later because it's stalling me for the moment. I've got to set up my stat array. Well, I was going to say yesterday, but day before yesterday, everybody who I had been with in a campaign for many sessions left except me, and they brought in two new people, and they're rules lawyers, all the fun things. And one of them is a wild mage, and it's hell. I love wizards, not wild mages. Oh, I'm thinking, how do I want to allocate these? So I actually do not have much experience with warlocks. As it happens, this is a bit of a experiment. And by the way, if you want to go chill out too, it's fine. I think I'm finished everything. Okay. Uh, yeah, I should not be conscious at this moment, but it has to get done now. And I can already feel I've outlasted the sleep portion of my medication, so it may be just a straight shot into today. Um, she did, but no, I was dragging my word there because I heard it in my head. She. I keep telling her one of these days I'm going to get it right without any issues. Mhm. And you're going to keep me guessing. Is that the secret stat? Hmm. Technically, I had a better roll than the one I took, but I just like the one I took better for some reason. So I'm just figuring out how to allocate it, not knowing much about warlocks. Oh, mm, does Pact of the Blade roll off of Charisma? No, I am not. Well, that's nice. It's super nice. I just uh, have kind of a hard time picturing a Witch of Izalith in plate mail. Although I guess you could mix it with robes. I don't know. They do it all the time in art. Um, just thinking, do I want to be a finesse type or just strength type? Suppose it really depends on if I take that invocation you mentioned. Mm, mm, mm. How many how many invocations do you get, or would I have at this point? Either or. Okay. Yeah, that's what I told Frosty is mostly caster. The spell count was gonna hurt me, but I'm used to. Uh, I'm used to, but on the other hand, to be fair, they get other things. Yeah. Yep. And I wish I had packed up the tone better because thematically I like it. The effect I just don't dig that much. Um, let's see. Help me out here. Do you see a Witch of Izalith ever in plate armor yourself? Neither do I, but as deadly as everyone's saying it is, I'm gonna have to mix some robes with some armor, I think. Just. Um, um, new. It looks very jaunty. I'm just thinking of this character as pretty, at least in appearance, stereotypical spellcaster. If you want to compare to Witch of Izalith, Kaelana. Oh well, I wish she'd told me that. I'd have gone the Firekeeper. Hmm. Sorry, you had to answer, DM. Oh, I mean, not from you. Someone else. Wow. Oh, I remember liking that one. Um, hmm. But uh, well, yep, and if I'm if I'm convinced before I go to sleep, I can always change the pact of the dome. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kicking myself in the butt for not grabbing Ember Knight because I had my chance. And kept looking at it, didn't take it, got taken. Wow, there you go. Well, I well, yes, but in that sense, I have to question it because if you're like a full caster and I'm 3/4, it may be more beneficial for me to go back to the blade. Oh man! Don't tell me to do that. I'll fall asleep. That's what I'm gonna say. Don't. I could do it in the game, so they're holding one of each. Ooh. That, and I'm pretty sure I can light my weapons on fire. No, I'm wrong. It's I can add fire damage to my cantrips. And once you get the Pact Boon feature at 3rd level, this benefit also extends to your Pact. So that would be my weapon as well. True. And yep. And it says starting at 6th level, your patron further blesses your magic. Fire damage you deal begins to ignore fire resistance. And yeah. Yeah. Well, given given the background of my character, I have a feeling maybe one will find their way my direction at least. Maybe. Hello, catfight. Hmm. Uh, oh, this is. Oh man, I don't know. I'm debating going back to the firekeeper idea, but Frosty is going to strangle me if she wakes up and finds a not complete character sheet. And I'm debating my pact. Uh, I'm looking for the other new pact. Um, oh, right. Right. Yeah, yeah, we're using Firebird as a stand-in. Yeah, it's from the one with all the from with the Ember Knight and so forth. Oh yeah, right. I remember seeing that. It counts as an arcane focus and it lasts until you summon a new one when you summon. Well, given I get so few spells, especially this early on, I see myself more up close than not. Really, it's sort of like it's it's sort of like playing Cabaniel again. Oddly, yes, this is true. Eldritch Bolt. Yeah, Eldritch Blast. I'll get it right. You're tempting me more toward the tome. You summon the scepter. Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm basically gathering this is just basically storage for later use. Uh, Yeah, Frosty said, I don't know the rules to it, but Frosty said I can upgrade the book. I think he said at this point I could have first level spells in it as well. She. Yeah, but uh, I'm sure I'll find some way. We sort of burnt down our city and made lots of demons, tried to get more magic and get more fire and so on and so forth. I really wanted to play the Lord of Cinder. That was a fun idea. But you all would have like had to literally help him get up there. Well, now I've got to debate my boon too. Mm. Oh well, that's pretty appealing. Uh, could still save your ass in the right situation. That's not bad. And there's actually one that buffs the scepter too. And let's see what else do we have here. Sorry, you garbled a little. What was that? Oh, gotcha. Hi. Hey, that's what I was just looking at. The Sunblade. Well, we were gonna do the Lord of Cinder thing and do the Paladin oath that's in this book, but I just don't want to play another Paladin quite yet. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I just dropped one that I really liked. It's I don't want to go back to it quite yet. I do that. Oh, and in which game? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've been trying to get in on Friday, but no, it's packed. I don't mind. Most of the games I run for charity, I end up arriving in the middle of the story. I'm used to it. I did a stream tonight that was actually really good. It was a lot of fun. Or I should have said last night. Man, I don't know. Tomer Blade, Tomer Blade, Tomer Blade. Yeah, the thing is, uh, I'll disagree with whatever it's. Universe wants me to be asleep, but I'm not. And I don't think I will be. Yeah, it would be sort of like a Matrix situation. It would take me an hour to walk across the room, so I'm going to just let the computer roll for me. Lowest tome. Okay, so that definitely changes up the stat array. Gonna have to think about how to arrange that now. And guess who has 318s? It's perfect. So I just edge out being good at my job for once. Oh, I'm planning to be pretty quiet. I don't think any of the witches we ever saw were the roaring, roaring upfront types, except the one that you have to fight, and that's more to, I think, protect your sister. Yep. Um, remember the rest of my array. Um, and my character would probably not be against that. Yeah. She didn't really get into it. I was just saying, if it's just cantrips, not that they're bad, but if it's just those, I think we'll go back to. uh, I don't think I'm going to survive that long in this particular campaign. Um, My remaining numbers are 14, 10, and 12, so just gotta figure out where I want those. Well, well, it makes sense that she was scholarly, and it makes sense that she would be a little bit wise, so 14 and 12 wisdom, 10 strength. I'm still tempted to go back, especially now that I'm more spellcaster. Go back to the Firekeeper idea, which would not change anything on my sheet except that I could use the resurrection and raise dead spells and all that. Now, as far as upgrading the book, huh? And the idea with the Lord of Cinder was he wants to go and link it again to save the world, but he can't get there himself. And I haven't decided if mine wants to link it, steal it, or corrupt. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Kyle. If uh well, you can't say something like, well, you can't say something like that and not give me a hint. Is it a male witch of Izalith? So it's someone that I'm going to have an interesting interaction with, and it could. I'm getting. And I'm gathering from your language, it could be bad because of my history in particular. Mm. Oh. Mm. Most of the time we were up was spent me, well, just trying to pick a class. I'm. That's what I was gonna say. I'm tempted the minute I start looking at something else. I should have. I should have paid Frosty to off the Ember Knight so that I could have had it for myself. Oh, guaranteed. Most things are more money than I have. Well, my rolls were like. Uh, no, not my current rolls. The ones you can't see that she cropped out were really quite bad. She agreed. Well, she thought they were not great either, so I paid for more, and I have no shame. Wow. I get to complain about the hit to my bank account, but Frosty's done a lot for my charity, so she deserves it, so it's fine. See, that's double what I have in the bank, and I can only have 2 grand maximum by law. Yeah, yeah, that's the fun of disability. If you go over 2 grand, then you owe the government whatever you have in excess, and they take it out of your stipend. And like, if I make money in honest employment, then they take it out cent for cent from my stipend, so it's net zero profit. I know Frosty changed one of them. I can't remember which one. I'm not altogether unhappy with the one I picked. I mean, it's good for what I am. Don't and then don't remind me. My character that now sucks in the extra tune party the other day is a bard. If this is barely better than a bard, I'm reconsidering already. Um, he does okay for himself, I guess. But he got pretty well-rounded roles. This is Forgotten Realms things, so he's got revolvers and he's an elf, so he's got swords and he's pretty decent with them, but not super great. I mean, he can hold his own. Well, Well, at least if our characters come to some sort of amicable arrangement, we can exchange knowledge and both grow stronger. Yes, and then at the very end, we'll probably end up trying to kill each other with the knowledge we've exchanged. Uh-oh. Well, the problem is well, yeah, my my parents are dead, so yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, I have no help. Or actually, I don't know. Frosty said she changed something, and I wasn't clear on it. Is Gwen dead? It is my character's father, so I might know. All right. And my mother, well, I know what happened to her because I was there. It wasn't pretty. Now, see, I asked is there anything anywhere class wise I can do to do with dragons? And the one thing he said is, well, there's one for a dragon slayer. And I was like, no, no, no. I want to work with the dragons. And nope, it's just Dragon Slayer. But I know another setting that has a cool one. Theros, if you've ever heard of it. Odyssey of Yeah, and they've got Dragon Lord class. Neat, yeah, I like that one. But I don't know that Frosty would have let me bring that over here. Yeah. Well, I may be crazy in wanting to put Evil Fire in charge of all creation, so who knows? I don't know. I'll wait to change my pact until I find out more from Frosty about how the tome is being handled, because she was not specific. All she said when I was talking about the cantrips was, well, actually, you can upgrade it, and right now you could have first level spells in there as well. And we didn't really get into it any further than that. So I mean, if I can keep upgrading it and add higher and higher level spells, then yes, it's much more worth it to me. Well, it depends on what it takes to upgrade it, really. And with this route, I'm going really more the 3/4 caster part, so more spells is good. Um, that's why I tend to argue the pact, because I have so few spells. The pact weapon might well save my ass if I have it. Mm, this is true. I have a lot of reading to do to make these choices, and honestly, I really do need to get at least a little sleep. But I don't. Yeah, but I don't want to piss Frosty off by having her get up and seeing an incomplete sheet. Um, I don't know. Normal, yeah, normally I'm not at the laptop until 1. Yeah, to make a lot of important choices. Yeah, well, at this point it's 5, and I can take my next dose of meds as soon as 7, so I'm arguing, do I even go to sleep? Yeah, I wish. I'm one of those people that once I'm asleep, I'm dead asleep, but if you wake me up, I'm up. If I have to, yes. I'm still here, and I'm thinking. I'm pondering my choices. I think fairly. Uh, huh. Wow. That's deep. Ooh. I've got everything that's been thrown at me, and that's the core stuff. Of course, there's the one you linked to me. There's the one that's got the more Dark Soulsy classes in it. I don't know. Well, I don't have Tasha's. Yeah, yeah. That I don't have, or unless that's what you linked. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's my problem. All of my books are over on Fantasy Grounds. I got nothing on Roll20, and I'm starting to play more games and see more profit in Roll20. And yeah, I can't afford to buy a second set of books, and half of these were donated by Fantasy Grounds for the charity, so I couldn't even afford that. Oh man. But yeah, I would like to eventually get books on Fantasy, or rather on Roll20, so that I can use both platforms. I get um I get 520 a month to live on, so it's got to stretch. Yeah, I used to make 900, well, on the average 900, 1 grand, depending on how many contracts I had. But now it's life is a lot different. But let's say, for me, it depends on the day. I do have a hospital table with its own laptop, so I'm never away from the fun. Even if I'm not having fun, I'm never away from the internet fun. Hell, thinking of it, I could. Hmm? Hmm? Oh, you're not talking to me. Okay. Man, I miss being able to eat Chick-fil-A. Oh my god. I know they're a cult, but I love the chicken. Oh god, I could sit there and eat nuggets all freaking day long. If there's one thing in my life I could have back, it would be that. Oh my god. I like McDonald's French fries, but the chicken nuggets, Chick-fil-A. I know, like I said, I know they're a cult, but still. um, I had I had my disability, but I could still eat, drink whatever I want, and I was actually a little bit on the upswing. And then I got this GI thing, and suddenly now all I can eat is basically rice and baked chicken and toast, and that's really my staple foods. Rice in various forms, baked chicken and toast. For years, I live like a monk. But on the bright side, I lost half my body weight, and I was like borderline dangerously obese at the time. So that's one hell of a way to fix the problem. I don't recommend it. I'm just sitting here. I've lost track of what I'm doing. Um, yeah, I'm living for the moment, holding on by a finger. Probably thinking about another class because looking at those spreads, there are a lot of classes that could take advantage of more of those numbers. Well, we can, I'm sure, come to some sort of accord so that we both grow stronger. Yes, but you could be stronger. And what's the harm, really? You're just trading it to a feeble sorceress. And I'm going to be doing. Actually, this is good practice because I'm going to be playing a warlock in that game. I was telling you I had the bard. When I saw how finely tuned the other characters were, I was like, look, I'm changing characters because I'm not being left in the dust like that every single time. And he said, yeah, absolutely. You've been a player for a long time. You pay on schedule. Keep your role and pick what you want. So I picked an undead warlock. The new undead, not undying. I think it's pretty neat. And I'm playing that in the Curse of Strahd game tonight, actually. He's a lying bastard who's actually working for Strahd, and So he's sort of helping and hurting the people uh, who are in Strahd's little game whenever Strahd wants him to. And the end goal is if he himself can make it to the throne room, whether or not they die, he gets to be a vampire rather than having to go through this whole pack process and be, his right hand. But the plan is, since he's playing this whole game along with everybody else, that he'll play the game on Strahd, and if they start winning against him in a fight, then he stabs Strahd in the back. Tries to just get out of the whole thing now that he has vampirism. Now, spell versatility, that would be nice for the bard, but I don't think they use this material, or they don't yet. Yep. Like I said, I always question and question and question and question. It's just this time, yes. I'm questioning all the way back to the class at this point. Hmm. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah. I was not here for the. I've only been here for the current campaign of Cursed World, and I was not here for the first fight. No. I. Well, Cavanio was the. Cavania was the only character in, well, since I started playing again, that's technically speaking been lost. You guys could also technically get him back, and I would come back as him. But that depends on how things play out. I don't know if um well, with all the changes that happened to him, he really wasn't the character that I wrote, and it just it didn't feel right anymore. But at the same yeah, at the same time, I don't know that everybody likes the new character or that I do. It's a lot more forceful, not as wise and advisory as Cavaniel. Yeah, she's sort of pissed off that the big spider is not in its cage anymore, and she's feeling an itch to go back to fighting it like in days of old. If only all of her kids run around. Oh, she's gonna end up fighting it if it tries to attack the village. Which it will, I'm sure. This is true. But on the other, well, I don't know. I was gonna say she could go to the wall, but no, she can't. The wards. Well, she could go somewhere because I made a deal and let her loose. And I would be mightily pissed if I lost track of her, or rather, I'm sure my character would be, because that was her job. Yeah, hand me the scroll for that. Don't mind me not doing anything, I'm just reading a lot. Why are you trapped at work until session time? Hmm. Oh, my mistake. Mine went until the techie guy was satisfied with the way I read the line, and sometimes that was hours. Wow, I liked it, but there were days. What do you do, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, gotcha. I was disabled young, so I only ever had two jobs. You know, the voice thing, and before that, I did customer service over online over the phone. It was hell on earth. Some of these Tasha's things really are tempting me to switch classes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I play Ranger in a couple games, and unless it's the Unearthed Arcana one, I don't go anywhere near it. I actually thought a bit about a monk, but there wasn't really much thematically for one. I guess we were thinking at the time still along the Cinder route. I wonder how Frosty set this up, because how can I have 2 slots in second level spells and none in first? I have no first level spells. Hmm. Oh, okay. Yep. Well, that's a nice benefit. And from what I've seen other people playing it, lots of Eldritch Blasts. Which I'm still debating. I'm gonna talk to Frosty about it because, like I said, I want to know more about the tome deal before I make a call. Which also kind of determines my spell picks and etc. etc. So she's not gonna have a complete sheet when she comes back. Typing fury increases. No worries. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, I'm done. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. It's just not gonna be done. Tall Frosty, I'm very sorry, but I gotta get a few hours of sleep. I can't let myself get sick, so yeah. And there are a lot of choices I just cannot make without her here. I said, and there are some choices I just cannot make without her here. Well, I can take it as soon as 7, but it's better if I sleep until 9. And right now it's 5:30. Yeah. Yeah, usually I'm not to the computer until 1 because I move like a sloth. Oh. I will just, I think, DM her now and leave her notes about what I could not do. And she can just set what she wants to set. I don't mind. Okay. Alrighty. Well, as long as you figure it out in time to be there, it's good. But yep, I missed. I've been Florida. Yeah, tell me about it. Uh, bigger concern is, do I wake up for the game? I have alarms that set to go off constantly from 8:30 until 10:30, but I can outsleep them all if I am drugged. Yeah, if I fall asleep and I wake up at 9, things should be okay. Yep, we'll hope I wake up for the alarms. If only I had one that would just yell at me like, Siri, hey Siri, yell at me to get the hell up for the session. And she doesn't do that. I will. I'm just writing a note to Frosty, that's all. Yep, take care.